Hello. I don't have my mic muted this time. I just looked in the Discord and apparently we are fine to stream this. It was um the like closed beta that you weren't allowed to stream, I think. So I'm pretty sure we're fine. I think we're fine. A bunch of people saying it's completely fine. It's like open access to everyone, so it's kind of impossible to tell people not to stream it. It's like if it's on Steam and anyone can buy it, you can't really tell people not to stream it. So I would be a bit concerned if that was the case. Really, I don't know what to do. I want to stream it as well. You can do it. It's honestly, I think if it's a test, obviously you can't do that. But in this situation, the game is open to everyone. Everyone in the Discord is talking about streaming, so I think we're perfectly fine. If it was the case that the game was still in a testing phase, like, obviously, no, don't stream it. But I'm pretty sure we're fine. Someone just said, I think you can stream once the early access is fully out, which is what this is, right? I believe. I did ask, but no one answered me directly, but a bunch of people are freaking out in the Discord too. So I'm pretty sure we can. I'm pretty sure we can. I'm actually think I did see it somewhere as well. I did see it somewhere in like I don't even know which channel it was. They're posting stuff in so many channels, I don't know what to look at. It was somewhere on like the is it in the announcements? Maybe it is. Um I'm so excited. I honestly, this is the first time I haven't actually delved too deep into a game before playing it. Usually I'm like fully obsessed with it before I even play it. So I'm actually more excited because I don't know too much. Like I know stuff, but I don't know everything. So I tried to watch a video this morning about it. It was like one of those like watch before you play, and I was like, no. I got halfway through and told myself, no, I want to see it for myself. I want raw reactions, not like, oh yeah, I saw this in the trailer, I already know about it. But it looks so good, especially from like a decorating and building perspective. We have terrain. We have terrain editing. How cool is that? That's like the coolest thing that I've seen in the last 24 hours at least. Because like I said, I didn't know everything. I haven't known anything yet. So I am I'm gonna be lost. Usually I only stream for about 2 hours and I've gone live at my regular time because I was like, I don't want to go live late. I want to go live my regular time, but the game doesn't come out till 5. And I was like, you know what? I just thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. I I just I'm just so excited for everything. At first it looked like the game was too good to be true. You know what? There are a lot of games like that. There are a lot of games like that that haven't come out yet. And I keep worrying that they're not gonna be true. But I don't know. There's too many games in the cozy community right now. We have so many, and they look too perfect to be true. Like how the amount of things in this game. We have like an hour to kill, roughly. I mean, I'm gonna have to download the game while we're on stream, which I don't know how long it's gonna take. Hopefully not too long. We think the game's about 20 gigabyte, so hopefully it won't be terrible. But we we have so much information that I don't even think we're gonna get through it just talking. So we're not gonna try. We're not gonna try and get through everything. Because there's just too much. Too much. But last night I looked for all the stuff that they were posting in Discord and I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked. Because what do you mean? It just looks like such a massive like world. And I'm like, how big of a thing can we build on too? The building grid looks gigantic. What do you mean they've built like a theme park? That's crazy. And we have presets and things. I don't know if you guys have been playing Heartopia, but I fell for the gacha and I got pretty much everything except for the big tree and the square water thing in the new banner. I have been just like building tree houses for the last week. I think I'm finally somewhat happy with it, but I've been building like crazy, so I'm hoping this is another game that we can do that in. But I'm actually excited to just explore in general. The amount of like things to explore in this game looks crazy. Yes, I like the building. Yes, I like the decorating, but oh, I'm about to, and like the character creation too. Like I'm gonna be obsessed. Theme park, they show us on a separate island, so that's crazy too. Oh, they give you a whole another island to build with. Wait, so we have like, I'm trying to think. I don't know if you play Dreamlight Valley, but how we have like floating islands you can build on. Is it like that? I told you guys, I haven't seen too much. I try to refrain. I did it with too many games this last like couple of years, and I've waited too long for them to come out, and they're still not out. I had to refrain from doing it with some games, so I did it with this. So I don't know everything, so you guys are probably gonna know more than me. But I'm just scrolling through the Discord right now. I'm like, I didn't know that. I didn't know we had outfits for our pets. Now, these pets better not be as annoying as the Heartopia pets, because boy, they are driving me crazy. They are driving me crazy. Every single time I log on, my pets are hidden somewhere and I can't feed them, and they're just complaining. These pets look adorable. What do you mean I get a little frog out of my cat? That's so cute. I love it. Oh no. Oh no, there's a capybara. No, this is gonna be really bad. And the way that it works with like relationships seems very interesting. I don't think there's like marriage and stuff in the game right now, at least. But this looks. I already know that we're all going to be obsessed. There's too many games right now. I'm actually kind of happy that a lot of the games that were supposed to come out within the last couple of months didn't. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Heyo. Hello, Sayas. Or shall I call you Great? I'm not really good with names for reference. We are yapping right now. We're just yapping before the game is available to buy. Because the game is eating well this shit. We are being fed. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We are being fed. We are being fed. I swear, in the next like, I would say like within the next like 10 months maybe. Now we're in February. I forgot what month it was. Within the next like 10 months, I'm pretty sure all the games that were supposed to come out last year are going to be coming out now, and we are going to have dilemmas. We're going to have dilemmas. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to have a dilemma of what to play. I'm already struggling to keep up. And like I said, typically I stream for like 2 hours because I just came back to streaming again and I don't want to burn myself out. Today might be a longer stream, okay. Obviously, we're like, how long are we in now? We're in like 50 minutes in. Hang on. My voice is going. That's not a good start. Oh my god. I don't know what happened. I'm still getting over like the after effects of the flu from like 3 weeks ago, so sorry. But this game is hyping me up. Honestly, I'm so excited. Every time I remember that we only have less than an hour. We're 43 minutes. 43. There's too much to look at. I was like, oh, we'll just get like the Discord up or we'll watch like a video or something. But I'm just like, there's too much. What do we talk about? The fact that there are, oh my god, is that an ostrich? Waiting for my time and Evershine and Witchbrook. Yeah. Oh, don't get me started. My wish list on Steam, ridiculous. The 2 games that I've been the most excited for that haven't come out yet are Witchbrook and Loftia, and I'm a backer for Loftia, so like, you want to bet that that's going to be played like instantly. But Witchbrook is my most anticipated game ever. I've never wanted something, not even just in gaming, but just in general. I've never wanted something so badly. Like, if you look on my like, it's more my badges actually. Oh my god, my throat. Sorry. It's going crazy. We're talking so much. When they announced Witchbrook, I think I saw it like 6 or so years ago, but it's been announced for like 10 years. So a lot of people have been waiting a long time. Obviously, Lofty has not been too long of a wait. We get that this year apparently, which I'm holding out big hope for because they're a bigger they're a bigger team than they were when they started. So I feel like they've got good progress. I'm a little worried about Witchbrook. I'm not gonna lie. Is anyone else as worried as me? Like, I know it's gonna happen. The studio is non-crunch as well, so they don't have deadlines. So that's pretty good, but I'm just holding out hope every year that the game will come. One of these years we'll get it, and you won't be able to drag me away. You will never hear the end of it. Um, but Star Citizen is definitely top of my wish list. My wish list is so long. I don't think I can name the games because we have like, is it Animo or Animo? I never know how to say it. We have that. We have, is it anim? How do we say these words? I can never. You're gonna find out that I can't read words great. Struggle with pronouncing things. Is it Anime or Nook? Is that how you say it? That game looks. I don't believe that that game is real because the graphics for that, the art style for it, looks so unreal. And Paralives, see, I'm not too. I don't know about Paralives. Is that the one that I didn't like too much because of the art style? I have this thing where a lot of things look kind of a bit freaky to me if they're like a certain art style. Oh wait, I don't know if this was it. Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm really picky with like how things look. It's really bad. I promise I'm not trying to judge things without having played them, but I don't know. There's too many. There's too many. My if I went through my Steam wish list for you guys quickly, you would see you would see the problem. I have 181 games on my wish list. 181. Are you kidding me right now? That is ridiculous. Like, obviously, Starson's Island's on there. I have a bunch of pixel art games. Like, I don't know how many of these are coming out. It's kind of crazy. There's like Fields of Fortune. That is apparently releasing. Oh, that releases tomorrow. That releases tomorrow. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. We have some other stuff too. I found one called Sealed Gate. That apparently comes out in a month. I didn't even know these games existed till the other day. There's Hosey that I've seen a lot of people talking about that comes out next month as well. And then what's this one? I have this other one, Possum Resort. Like, where did I find these games? I just like scroll through Steam looking for things to play. It's crazy. Like Memento. Memento's a game I've been following for a long time too. Which I think's similar to Unpacking, if anyone's played that. But it's sort of like from a perspective of like being a parent, I think. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me on it. I believe that's what it is, and it looks so cute. I believe a lot of the people, or all of the people that are working on it, are actually parents, which is super cool. So many games on my wish list that say 2026, guys. They all say 2026. Solarpunk even says 2026. Like, how many games this year is crazy. You guys are never gonna go hungry ever again. Okay, let's go back to. In fact, I might as well like not get the game up on Steam because it needs to be refreshed, right? I think it needs to be refreshed because otherwise it'll be like the game's not available when it is. Although I did have big trouble actually with the last Dreamlight Valley expansion that came out. When that came out, I couldn't download it for like 4 hours. So that wasn't great. I was not vibing with that. So hopefully we're good today. I've got my candles. My virtual candles are like circling. I'm praying for you guys that everyone gets the game on time. Hello. I'm losing my voice a little bit. I don't know why. This hasn't happened all week. I've been fine. And now I'm streaming and my voice is going. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I just need to freak out of something cute in the game and then my voice will come back. You guys better be prepared though, because I am honestly going to be freaking out. I'm gonna be freaking out. Like, if I see a cute duck or something, I'm gonna freak out. If I see a cute sheep, I'm gonna freak out. It's just who I am. I can't do anything about it. It's just a whole stream's gonna be me freaking out over cute stuff. Like, you know, these sheep are so cute. Why they're so fluffy. And we can ride the pigs. I know it said we could actually ride like, I thought it was like 20 animals that we like actually what's the word, breed, but a pig. Did you play the demo? I didn't. I said at the beginning of the stream, I haven't delved in too deep. I haven't delved in too deep because I didn't want to know everything. I usually know everything about a game before I play it, and I thought this time I would just kind of let it happen and have a better reaction. Maybe it would be nicer to see a reaction that's more, I don't really know everything, right? I did watch a couple of people play the demo like when it was out. I think I watched Let's Play K, and then I think there was like 2 more people as well. So I definitely have seen things, but I didn't pay too much attention. I'm kind of going in blind. But if you did you enjoy it? Hopefully you enjoyed it. Sorry, I'm gonna have to keep like muting the mic so I can cough. I thought this had gone. Maybe I just haven't spoken much this week. I don't know. Post-viral cough is like not great. In fact, it's not even really a cough. I don't have a cough. I just need to cough to clear my throat. And for nothing. Sucks, but it's fine. We'll get through it. Everything will be fine. Yeah, I think we've established that we are fine to stream this. So could you imagine if we couldn't though? That would be really suckish. Like, yeah, the game's out, but you can't play it. That would be so bad. I'm not gonna lie, I panicked a little bit when you guys said that. I was like, what do you mean I can't stream it? But honestly, do you know one of the things that is actually crazy is like the sky? Let me try and see if I can. Let me like do this. I get. Where is it? Is it gonna work? Am I on the right? I'm on the right thing. Browser, that's why. Okay. So this is this is in the Discord. What do you mean I can play this? Because don't get me wrong, we probably will be playing on the highest settings. I might be in like mid-ground graphics, but it's still gonna look beautiful, I can assume. This is so cool. Like, I was impressed enough with Heartopia, but this game's gonna be obviously another step up from that completely, because Heartopia is not even optimized fully for like PC. So it's more of a mobile graphic. This is insane. This is insane. There's just no way. Like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. So cute. So cute. I love it. What's he eating? Is that bamboo? It doesn't look like bamboo. I don't know what that is. And like this as well. What in the, this is like me coded. I think this game is gonna be very me coded. I can just see it. Like, are you kidding me right now? Can I pet him? If I can pet the panda, I'm gonna cry. I will cry. There's a squirrel. Can I feed it? Oh no. This is gonna be bad. Animals in this are the cutest of all games I've seen. They do look it. I won't argue with you on that one. Like, if we can pet them though, it makes me even cuter because I want a panda friend. I want a panda friend. But this took me by like, this was like a shock. Okay. When I went on Discord last night and I saw this, I hadn't seen anything about this yet. So I don't know if this is like the first time they mentioned it or not. It's probably not, but it was for me. Freaking out. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm gonna have to mess around with this a lot and see what we can do because there's just so much. The sky looks amazing. It does. It looks so pretty. I'm probably going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those games, isn't it, where I'm just going to look at the sky for like 5 minutes. I'm just going to sit somewhere and just be like looking at the sky because it's too pretty that I can't actually play because I just need to look at the thing. I don't know. It's gonna be so good. I can just tell. Like, what do you mean we have a theme park in the game? I'm going to assume this isn't something we're gonna do on day one. But a girl can dream. A girl can dream. Because this looks so cute. And then we also have like presets and things. So like we can place these, but can we actually do our own? I'm assuming we can. I'm assuming we can, and hopefully we can, because I'm gonna have a hard time picking something to have as my house. Because I love this, but I also love this. But then these are so cool. Especially the boat as well. What do you mean I can live on a boat? It's just so cool, but like this is so pretty. This is like a mixture of like it looked honestly when I saw this, I thought it was in the wrong server because it kind of looked like The Sims. It kind of looked like The Sims. This is the kind of thing I would make in The Sims. Wait, do we have water and things too? Or is this just like a little pond? If we have water in this game that we can build with water, it's gonna be I'm not gonna play anything else. Slaved on the top looks like they just in the time of day. Oh, it does. Wait, this is the time of day, but then this is the weather, right? So we have sun, rain, snow. And then what is this like sunset and sunrise? Or sunrise and sunset? This is like daytime and nighttime. I wonder what it is. This is a sunset versus with the snow during like daytime, I think. Because the snow looks really pretty too. You can use those options to preview your build. Use those options to preview. Wait. Let me go back. Are we talking about down here? Can we like have them in is it like is it like in Heartopia? Because the thing is, I've never played a game where we have the ability to do like blueprints. You know? I've never had anything like that. Obviously The Sims has different plots and things, but I've never really had like a situation in a game like this where it's like you can make a bunch of stuff and then decide which one you want. Just letting you see what it looks like on Spring. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh my god, sorry. I have something in my eye. Everything's going wrong today. Um, okay, so this is it's basically the same as Heartopia then. It's basically the same as that, where you can sort of see what it would look like, because I'm not gonna lie. This is really pretty like this, but somehow in the snow. You cannot convince me that this looks even prettier. Like, honestly, can you imagine playing this? Like, I mean, it's winter right now. Don't get me wrong. It's winter right now, but at least in the UK it is. But it's not like winter, like Christmas winter. So playing in this with the snow at the end of this year is going to be so cute. I'd love to see it on rain too. We'll have to see. I'm surely we can just do that pretty quickly, to be honest. But they haven't shown us that so far. I actually want to know what it looks like. I love rain in games. I do. I do love that. I love rain in so many ways. Thing is, as long as I'm not outside in the rain, I love rain. I love it. When I read, I typically put like ambient like videos on my TV, and they all have one thing in common. They have rain in them. I don't know what it is, but if it's raining in this game, it's just gonna make it 10 times better for me. Most people want it to be sunshine, but I'm not in it. I'm not getting wet myself, so it's fine. It's fine. It sounds so like relaxing to me. I don't know what it is. Are these all the oh, wow. I think I read somewhere today that they're trying to make English subtitles but have is it Japanese? I'm pretty sure it said. Yeah, Japanese voice actors. Hello? That's so cool. So these are all the can't see up here, but these are all the voice actors so far. Which is so cool. That is so cool. It's the cozy feeling wet and cold and windy outside, but you're inside warm and having a cup of tea. No, literally, that's what I keep telling people. It's like you have a blanket, you've got a hot drink, like you just get a good book and just like transform into the book. It helps. I don't know why, but if I'm playing a game, it makes me feel like I'm in the game. Like I love it. Some people, my mum that's in the stream, every time it rains, even if we're not going outside, she's like, "Oh, it looks horrible outside today," and I'm like, "It's not horrible." It's not horrible, it's ambient, okay? It's not horrible. Wait, I didn't even think about all the things we get to collect. Uh-oh. I did not think about everything we're gonna collect because I've got this thing about video games where I just want to collect everything. Everything. So the fact that we have like fish and like, is there bugs in this? Do we have like bug catching or is that not a thing? I don't actually know. When I told you guys I don't know much, I meant that. We have mining. Wait, is that a mushroom? Oh no. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm already obsessed. I haven't even remotely played the game. I've watched a trailer and then read some stuff, okay? I see a mushroom and I'll play the game. You have a game and it's got a mushroom like that in it, I'm gonna play it. You don't have to persuade me. You do, and also something that's like really cool. They put like robots in the game that you can make to do combat for you if you don't want to do it. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't hate combat. Like, I'm not the biggest hater of it, but I'm also not the biggest liker. So I think this is really cool. A lot of people do get put off games if there's like a combat system. They do kind of get a little bit like, I don't really want to play it if I have to fight because it's meant to be cozy. But in this situation, I think this is a really cool thing they decided to do. If you want to fight, go for it. But if you really just don't want to get involved, you just get a nice little robot to do it for you. It's it's fine. But this is crazy. What are you? Surely, like, surely that's not right. Why can I ride? Why can I ride a pig? That's that's mad. That's mad. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I get it. A horse, maybe. What is this? Crazy. What else can we do? Can we breed and then turn into mounts? That's mad. It says 20 of them. Pigs, horses, or ostrich. Ostrich? Are you kidding? I can ride an ostrich. Am I even saying that right? I haven't said that word in a very long time. That's mad. I mean, an alpaca I can get around, and horses I understand completely, but I can't imagine a pig mount that's that tiny. I've played like MMOs with mounts before that had pigs or like other animals like it, but not this tiny little cute thing. Are you kidding? You know that that's going to be what I end up choosing. I do love alpacas though. But you mean I can ride? We're going to be riding these? Look how cute they are though. Oh my god. And like they said about breeding, like you have a chance to get like the special colors and things, which is going to be just like, man, I'm just going to be obsessed. Like, what do you mean? I want a purple sheep. Oh god. Man, this is just going to be, this is going to take over. This is, we're at the top of the like thing of stuff, but like, I think this is going to be one of those games where I just sit somewhere in the game and don't do anything for like an hour because I'm too distracted by the pretty stuff. What is that? We have mini mushrooms too. So I can forage mushrooms while there are big, massive ones too. Like, I don't know what it is, but these mushrooms have me like, I don't know what it is. Why am I so obsessed with like mushrooms? I think you can actually ride ostriches IRL. You can? You can ride ostriches in real life. Are they that big? Are they that big? I didn't think they were that big. Wait, that's so weird. Wait, that's so weird. I didn't know that. I thought they were like... Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I truly thought the ostriches were like... How big were they? Smaller than a horse, right? Like, in terms of like height. I don't feel like a human should be riding an ostrich. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like a joke, actually. No way. Oh. In fact, I think I'll just get like a... Just get like the trailer up or something and just have it looping in the background. I don't know. I don't really want to watch anything because that was my plan originally, was to watch like some videos and be like prepared, but I don't want to be prepared. I just want to go like... I just want to go in head first. Truly. Let me see if I like log out of Steam on my browser. How do I do that? I've never done that. There we go. Get it up like that. Oh. Well, it started playing already. So that's not a bad thing. Can I do... Oh, wait. No, we do it on this one. That's what makes sense. There we go. I'm overwhelmed by sound. So I've already watched like the trailers and stuff, but I've just not watched much. It's been difficult because every time I see like the tiniest of little things, I'm like, oh, I need to watch a full thing. Like, and there are people with like very long streams from the demos that I could have watched the whole thing. Luckily, I say luckily, but when they were playing the demo, I had the flu, so I wasn't paying attention to anything. So I didn't really watch it properly. I think I might have even fallen asleep while I was watching the streams. But I did watch the little bit at the beginning of them. I genuinely don't know anything. Truly going in blind. I don't think I've ever done that. I think since I started playing games like this, I genuinely have never gone in blind. I've like scoured the internet for every last little thing. I remember when Palia came out. Oh my, what was that outfit? Was that a mushroom? I remember when Palia came out, I was obsessed from it got announced, and then I wishlisted it, and then I followed them and everything, and then instantly was like, how do I test this game so I can play it now? But I didn't do that with this. I was like, I don't want to do that for once. Hello? Can my dog ride a motorbike? Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what told me to do that. I think I just, for once, was like, yeah, we're gonna play a new game on stream. And I want it to be... I don't know. I wanted it to be more raw of a reaction. I want you guys to actually be like, watching it for the first time with me. Instead of me knowing everything. But I'm assuming there's a lot of lore in this as well. Because even just by this trailer, it's given like quite a story type thing. It looks so cute. Like, I know this isn't gameplay, but it just looks so cute. Like, do you know what? I actually kind of want to do the combat. I'm trying to decide if I want to or not, but I'm going to assume I cannot build a robot instantly to do it for me, so I'm probably going to have to do it to some extent. It looks kind of fun. Oh. Oh, we can do diagonal building. Hell yeah. We can build that. We can build that. That whole thing. That was gigantic. How? This is gonna be crazy. Like, I don't know where the limit is gonna be. I almost feel like this game just doesn't have a limit. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't, because that would be really, really cool. I actually can't wait to see what people do with the building. Can you imagine? The amount of things that some people are going to do. I saw someone that usually does Dreamlight Valley builds do Heartopia build yesterday or today. I think it was earlier. And I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know you could do that. So you guys are all insane when it comes to these games. I'm going to be in awe of everyone's builds. Like, oh, they have thought of everything. They have thought of everything. I have like I can have wisteria on my walls. I am happy. I am very, very happy right now. Are you kidding me? I'm very happy. This is... I don't think I've been this excited for a game in so long. Like, I'm so excited about other games too, yeah, but none of them are out yet. Okay, it says approximately an hour. Approximately in an hour, we will have the game, but it's 15 minutes, so... Panicking a little bit. I always panic when it comes to a new game, though. For obvious reasons, like... Why is it not playing things? Obvious reasons, like I said with the Dreamlight Valley update, that pack took hours to come out. It took hours to be able to play it. By the time it came out, I was going to bed. It was my bedtime. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. The game's going to come out at 5 p.m. In 14 minutes. We're going to have the game out. It'll take me however long it takes to download the game and we'll get right in. Because I need this. Oh my god. There's a glider? I heard about the skateboard. I did hear about the skateboard. But the glider? We have teleport. I haven't even really watched much, and yet now I'm concerned of how obsessed I'm gonna be. When I refresh Steam page, it said less than an hour. Yeah. Sometimes it counts down, but I don't know if it depends on how the like creators of the game like set it up. I'm unsure if it just does it itself, but at one point I'm definitely sure there was like a countdown with the actual time. But right now it doesn't say that, so I'm kind of panicking a little bit. Oh my god. Stop. None of them spinning the seats to plant more watermelon. Oh my god, so cute. Stop it. It's so pretty.
Do you have your answer?
Oh no, that's so cool. You made them play the game in the game. Gameception, right?
Honestly, just being yourself is good enough.
He's not wrong. Don't, because if I can have my pandas in the house, you want to bet there's going to be pandas roaming around everywhere. Also, I was going to buy the deluxe because of one of the things in it, but then I saw what the like aesthetics of like the pack was and everything, and I'm not sure if it's me. I'm not sure if it's me. Like, a lot of the base game stuff seems to be more me, if I'm honest. I don't feel like I need the deluxe version to get what I want. Like, for once, I actually think this game is just, like, perfect as it is. It's like, what do you mean? Why am I riding an ostrich? This game's gonna be, like, so good but so trolly at the same time. I just see it. You see the clips that are gonna come from this. It's gonna be so funny. Wait, someone said bought it so fast. Wait, what? Wait, is the game out? I think the game potentially might be available on PC. I'm not sure though. Wait, it's only on PC right now, right? If it's out now, that would be great. That would be the greatest thing we've heard all week. It is! It is! Okay. So, I'm gonna go back full cam. So I don't dox myself, because that would be cool, wouldn't it? And I am just gonna buy the base game because everyone's not even on here yet, so I'm not gonna risk it. It says add to cart. Yes, I just saw it. I just saw it. I like the little story where you're bored of the office life and then when you remember your bestie from where you were kids and you go back to find it. Is that like the whole premise then? Because that's what it looked like to me and that looks so cute. I'm like so down for the lore. I love lore in games like this. Because how cute is that? It's not like the simple office of my granddad, you left me a farm. It's different. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm buying the game, guys. I'm buying it. It's in my car. I'm buying it. Let me pull it over here so I don't accidentally show it on stream. That would be tragic. Like, genuinely tragic as well. But yeah, if you haven't already, I think it should be available to buy. And I should be able to purchase. I hate how if you guys like when you guys buy things on Steam, you get like that 10 gigabyte. That's not bad. That will not take me too long at all. You guys like when you buy things on Steam, do you like get humbled so quickly when they're like telling you that you bought a game? Because it drives me crazy. Because I buy things through PayPal and then it's like, oh yeah, you bought this game by the way, didn't you? Right? You bought it, right? I'm like, no, stop telling me I bought it. Stop telling me I bought something. I didn't buy anything. There should be a deluxe version. There should be. It's not on there yet. Usually that is the problem with deluxe versions. I'm not sure what the problem with that is. Let me get Discord up on my phone. Since the game officially launches in 10 minutes deluxe. Okay, so the deluxe could come up within like when the timer ends. When the timer ends, it could be available. The game did come out early for some reason. Someone clicked that button early. I don't know who, but someone did, which I don't mind. On my bank always reminds me every time I purchase, like, please stop. I basically, like, it's bad enough when that happens, but imagine you use PayPal on Steam. So PayPal's telling you just made a purchase. Then they send you an email that you had a purchase. Then Steam send you an email for your purchase, but then the Steam app's telling you just purchased something. I'm like, and my bank app is telling me I purchased. I'm like, leave me alone. I didn't buy anything. I do clear the notifications pretty instantly though. I'm just like, no, it never happened. It's fine. Like that did not happen. We're gonna pretend it didn't happen, okay? We have 10 minutes, guys. We have 10 minutes. The game should be finished downloading before ads start to play, so we'll have like a little ad break and then we'll hop on. We'll hop on. I want the deluxe, but I'm not gonna wait. People are going crazy about the deluxe. I'm really glad I didn't care too much for it. I was gonna buy it because it said pumpkin carriage, and I was like, But then I saw it and it reminded me of Dreamlight Valley's deluxe version, like the original, like early access one. And I don't use anything from that because it's like elegant furniture and stuff. It's like Cinderella's dress. Not me. Not me. I want to look like a farmer, okay? So I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And I just want to play the game. What is in the deluxe? Oh, wait, is it actually showing us on the store yet? What's in it? Oh, wait, yeah, it was on the pictures. Give me 2 seconds. Let's see if I can find it. Because it might be on this actually. See if I can get it up because I did see it. It's like elegant type of furniture and stuff. Where is it gone? I don't know where it is. Gameplay, cinematic. Where was it, guys? Do you guys know where it was? I'll try and show you if I can, but I, for some reason, for the life of me, cannot remember where it is. Maybe it's on this one. Oh, here it is. I've got it. If it'll let me put my Steam up. Can I do that? Does it let you do that? Oh, it doesn't. I can get it up on here, though. Oh, it does. There it is. Okay. So we go on here and we go towards the end, I think. It's going to be a little laggy because I am streaming as well as downloading the game, but it's around here. I'll pause it when it comes up. My plan is to watch the game before I go to work. Then if it's good, I'm gonna buy and play it after. I hope it's good. Hopefully it is because that would be really cool. Like I know you have to wait. I know you have to wait to come home to play it, but the like the what's the word? Like the excitement of like waiting around for it to go home and then be able to like actually play it. It's gonna be so good. Here you go. I'm kind of in the way. Let me hide my camera quickly. There you go. So the prices are different depending on where you live, and it does say dollars, so this isn't even correct for me. The base game is like £27. So it's probably more like 35 for me, maybe. But these are like the items you get and the outfits. They're just not me. Personally, they're just not me. You know? This is not me. I don't like elegant things. I'm like very beige and green, if you couldn't already tell. I'm not the kind of person that really likes stuff like this. Like even in video games, it's just not for me. But if you wanna, show extra support or anything, like yeah, it's not terrible. Honestly, with 30% off right now as well, with the like the game release, I think it's 30% off for a couple of weeks. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it is on sale right now, which is pretty good. It said $60, now it's down to 41. So for a game these days, not terrible. I'm pretty sure Call of Duty actually costs a hell of a lot more than that. So there is that. So for Call of Duty, it can cost like £70. I will pay £35, £40 for a game like this. I don't mind getting that. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's not a terrible price at all. And I feel like a game like this is priced pretty good. I think that is priced pretty good compared to, like I say, the other games recently have been kind of a little expensive. And if they were worth it, I wouldn't mind. But there are some games that I was like, oh, I really want it, but I don't want to spend that. Like, when did games go up that much? I respect people making games. I respect the devs. I respect the whole process. I actually love watching the process happen. Man, it's like I've watched the process of Lofty be made, and I think we're looking at around about maybe 20 to the like 30s sort of area and price range. I could be wrong. They haven't said anything yet, but that's what we're speculating. Which honestly is really good too. It's similar to this in terms of price point. So, oh, deluxe is apparently up now if you're trying to get the deluxe. What someone just said in the Discord. I can actually double check as well if anyone's trying to get it. Yeah, it's there. It's right there. It's currently £40 for me, 40 UK pound. So Great British dollars, Great British dollars, Great British pound. £40.20. So that is really actually really good. I thought it was gonna be a lot more than that. Honestly, I thought when I worked it out for some reason, I assumed it would be like £70. I don't know why. Hello, Tony. It's a new game you were talking about. Yes, it is. We are about to play it. I have 5 minutes left to download, roughly. The game's actually downloading pretty good, and we haven't dropped any frames. So I'm actually really happy that I decided to go live early. I wasn't going to go live early. I was actually going to go live at 5. Normally I stream at 4 p.m, but I was like, if I go live at 5, then I still got to download it. I'll go live at 5:30, and it just didn't feel right. So I was like, I'll go live at 4. Like normal, I'll go live at 4. And we'll just talk. And guess what? We spent an entire hour talking. So, £40 damn, that's a rip-off. Not really. Yeah, it's really not. £40 for a game like this is actually really, really good. I am pretty sure that Call of Duty is like £60-70 these days, though. So compared to that, this is insanely good. And it's on offer right now as well. So if you guys are thinking of getting it, I would get it soon. If you're able to get it very soon, I would get it before the sale ends because these offers don't usually come back. I would recommend greatly. And this, I should probably just turn off because we do obviously have the game out now. So I can do that. And then I can do it on all my other scenes too. Can we do it on this without showing anything? Oh, you see my game downloading. I'm just gonna go through and double check these. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. Not yet. We do have ads in like 2 minutes. And during that time, I'm gonna go have like a quick little break, and you guys hopefully will go. And if you're gonna be watching a stream at all, please go get a drink, stretch, food, anything. Look after yourselves for a couple of minutes, and we will be right back. And the minute I come back, we should be able to play because there's 3 minutes left on this, 2 minutes till ads, 3 minutes of ads. We'll be right in, and I'm not going anywhere. So, does the game look fun? It looks so fun. It looks so fun. I haven't really done much in terms of like watching content from it. Kind of going in blind, but just from reading the things they've put in their Discord, it looks so insanely good. Like, so fun. The world looks so big as well. I think there's a lot of exploration. The building, if you're a builder in games, this is a game for you. They have everything thought out. We even have terrain. We have terrain editing. Crazy. When you think there was an outfit for that almost £40 Impalia. Yeah. You know what? I don't feel guilty anymore for like buying a game. I feel guilty for buying outfits in games. I always feel bad about buying an outfit in a game, not the game, because buying the game, it's like all the content. You buy like an outfit in a game, it's like £30. You might as well have bought a game. It's crazy. It is crazy. But the fact that an outfit costs that much is bad enough. The fact that a game costs like £70, where did that come from? I think when I started gaming, like in terms of I've been a gamer since I was like literally 6. Let's be real. But the way I play games now, when I first started doing that, when I got like an Xbox, the games were like £30. Why? Economy sucks. The economy just sucks. When you add to cart, it's only 34.57 for me. It's the same for anyone else. Oh. I don't know. I don't even know how much. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even check. I didn't even check. It says 23, 40, 23. Yeah. 34.57. That's changed. That changed. Guys. It changed. was not that much. I could have sworn it was more. I'm not gonna question it. I was doing that monthly thing to get coins to buy outfits, but I don't think I'll bother anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to do the Paleo member thing. Mine is 30% off, so 23.45. Yes, that's how much I paid. So not bad at all. I'm really happy about that. We are gonna have ads pop up any second. So I do apologize. I do have to run ads because Twitch will not let me not run ads, and I don't want any ads to pop up when you come into the stream. But I will be taking a little self-care break, and I want you guys to go do the same. If you're going to be sticking around for the stream, please go and grab something to drink or something to eat or stretch. And we will be right back in about 3 minutes. The game is also finished downloading, so we will be playing it as soon as I come back. Okay, ads should be done. I apologize if they're not, and you're currently stuck in ads and you can see me talking. I'm so sorry. The game has finished downloading though. It took 10 minutes. It took 10 minutes for me, which is not bad at all. That's really good. Is it multiplayer? I believe there is multiplayer coming soon, but like I think it's probably like a 4-person type multiplayer. I don't believe there is currently multiplayer in the game though. What ads? Funny. Okay. I'm gonna open up the game and panic that it's gonna be a little bit chaotic for a second. I'm probably gonna have to open the game and then restart the game, but we will put it up on the screen because obviously I want to make sure I don't miss anything on stream. Even though we're probably gonna have to restart the game to make sure that it's the right settings. And I'm also gonna take out an earphone for a second in case the noise is super loud. Loading. Little capybara. I love that. Good. Wonder how long it will be before the streamers start playing. Have they not? How many of us are live right now? Is there not that many of us? I expected quite a few. I think there is a Dreamlight Valley update out today though, so they're probably playing that and then transitioning over to this. I do know there is at least one person I follow on YouTube that is currently streaming Dreamlight Valley, and then she's going to switch to this. So maybe that's what they're doing. Oh. Cutscene? No. Thank God. I hate cutscenes. I have to turn that off in case, one, I don't really like music in games, but two, if it's copyright. We're going to turn that down. And I'm also going to just turn this down a little bit because I feel like it could be too loud. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. There's so many of you here today. Thank you all for the follows. Oh, it's limited it to 60, which isn't bad actually. Is there any like... Okay, what are we currently sat on? I just want to make sure I have... Okay, we can't even check right now. I'm going to keep it on what it's on. And if the game starts to lag or the stream lags, I'm going to turn it down and restart the game. We can put my earphone back in now because we're not going to get screamed at. There may be others, but you're the only one on my follow list. Oh, that's what you meant? I was going to say, there's no way I'm one of the only people playing this game right now. Oh, it's bugged. It's bugged. It's bugged. We can't hear the trailer playing. I can just hear the water. What's going on? Do I have to hold it down? Okay. No, we'll do that. I have watched it. We did just watch it on stream. I'm sorry if you wanted to watch the trailer. It won't play properly for me. That's typical as well. Of course that would happen. Okay. Is the sound still there? I think we're okay. I hope we're okay. Also, it is a little loud, so I am going to take one side of my earphones out for now. And I was a little bit concerned that we weren't actually able to wear a certain hairstyle without a hat when I saw the demo being played, so I'm a little bit concerned that that might still be a problem. But it also looks like we're not actually creating the character right now. Maybe? I don't know. Are we just doing like pre-selected things and then when we get in we change the character? Oh guys. I'm covering up the character. Okay. We'll do that for now. I'll move it back once we finish this because I don't like having my camera on this side. But apparently we are not editing the character. Oh, maybe not. And wait, I actually kind of love them all. Do we go for like the least boring option? I feel like this is the option I have to kind of go with, but it depends on everything else. I keep looking over to my other monitor to see on OBS for some reason. Wait, the little capybara. I can't zoom in, but there's like a little capybara, I think, poking out. Wait. I'm not that big of a fan of these. This is cute. This is cute. I think we go for like a boring outfit with like a funny hat because I think this hat is me. If we're being real, this is cute. This is pretty and this is cool. I like the cat hat, but this this one's like the least boring thing. And I think the first thing we're going to have to try and do is get better clothes. I'm not going to lie. I think we need some cute outfits. Sure, if it's your end of mine, but your stream seems to be freezing too. Ooh. I don't know why. It's not my PC, and it doesn't really seem to be my internet. I have 0 frame drops. And my bitrate's green. So it might be your end. It might be Twitch. It might be Twitch. Oh! Guys, we can edit the character. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Oh, and it's covering up the thing. I'm so sorry, guys. If you've been here before, you'll know that these aren't my alerts. I did just change them today impulsively, so they're a little bit like too big or whatever. Please do tell me. But we're gonna have to go back and take the hat off for a second because I can't see my character. Okay. So, can we change the... We can change the hair color. Okay. I think there's a color wheel. I think there's a color wheel, so be prepared, because I think we might be here a while, honestly. I keep doing it again. I keep looking to my opposite monitor. Why am I watching the game through OBS? You seem like the most down-to-earth out of everyone streaming this right now. I figured I would follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome in. If you guys just want to lurk and watch the stream instead of completely like being in chat, I also appreciate that too. But thank you for being here. I appreciate everyone. I was kind of nervous about streaming a new game. I'm not gonna lie. But I try to be myself. I can't really hide my personality. It just doesn't. It doesn't do anything. I can't hide it. Thank you for the hydrate. I do need to hydrate. When we go on the next ad break, I need to go fill this up, okay? I'm still getting over like the post-viral stuff from having the flu. It's driving me insane, so I apologize. No. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. When I thought, okay, I was just coming around to the idea that we weren't even going to be able to edit the character. I'm so happy. Trying to figure out if I want to buy this or not. I didn't get the chance to play the demo. I didn't play the demo, but I watched a little bit of people playing the demo, and I've just been obsessed with the game without spoiling too much. So hopefully watching the stream, you can like figure out if you want it or not. Just opened the stream, and that seems to be okay. When you freeze, so no idea what's going on. If any of you guys also see the freezing happening, please do tell me. Want a refill? I'm okay. I'm okay for now. I'm okay for now. The drinking doesn't really help my throat too much right now, so. But this is so cute. And this is so cute. I think we go with this. Do we make it a little bit? Oh, do we make it like a little bit more like that? I have this problem with I either do a character that's so complete opposite to me, or I do a character that looks more like me as best as I can. And I don't actually have a clue what hair color I have these days. Kind of a complicated situation. Different lighting. Right now it looks super dark, but if I'm outside, it's not even this dark. It's weird. I've been playing Hytale, so I need something for in between. I saw Hytale. I've never played Minecraft, so I'm kind of in a situation of, do I buy a game that I've never played anything like or not? Because I know Hytale started out as a mod, I think, for Minecraft. And I've always liked the look of Minecraft, I've just never played it. So, okay, we have hair. Now we need to go through the next thing, which is eyes, and these are so cute. Wait. Am I changing different... You can have different eyes? Hello, that's so cool. Wait, they're really pretty. Wait, I like these. Wait. And I know there's color sliders, but I'm probably not going to mess around with them too much because for some reason, I'm not best at picking the right colors that look good. So we might not mess around with them too much. But just know, if you always want like a certain color hair or like eyes. This game's got it. This game's definitely got it. Which is crazy. Like, look at this. I know you can't see everything because my camera's covering it, but like, there's a lot. There is a lot. Eyebrows. Can we zoom in? We can't. Okay. Aww. These are cute. Okay, I'm actually going to be... You guys, I'm going to be too obsessed. I need to find a balance between all the games that I have right now. I don't know what those are, but okay. No. Wait, this is so cute. Kind of like the original ones, though. Not sure if you remember, back last year we had first water pipe under the utility. No, I don't remember that. Has it done it again? I hope not. I hope everything's alright. That would really suck. Oh my. Wow. Yeah, I really hope that you're not going to tell me that that just happened again. Yikes. Did we go for the original eyebrows? This is my problem, guys. This is the problem. I'm going to be here all day. Let's put them like brown. I don't want them to be black like that. Gone again? Oh my god. I hope everything's okay. I hope you get that sorted soon. That sounds like a nightmare. Burst pipe. No, thank you. We have a lot of problems with the boiler, but not pipes. In my Minecraft, but I love Hytale. I've seen a lot of people say that. I think it's the graphic difference. I think is one thing, but what's like the main thing that made you like it more than Minecraft? I'm curious. You know what? We're gonna go for the original eyebrows. We're just gonna do them brown. Like that. I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna be here forever, otherwise. I think we can edit this afterwards too. So I made a little cottage with mossy cobblestones. That sounds adorable. I have seen people building in it and it does look really cute. The combat's the main difference. Is there less combat or is there more? I feel like it looks like a cuter version. Like it obviously started out as a mod. That makes sense. But wait, we have eyelashes. It's more whimsy. I love whimsy. I might have to give it another look. These are so cute. These are so cute. Okay, I don't like those ones as much, but these... That one. That's the one. I used to spend hours creating my Skyrim characters. Honestly, when I create characters in games... Oh. Guys, we just nearly skipped half of it. When I create characters in games, I could spend forever doing it, and I would spend longer doing it if I wasn't streaming. But I want you guys to actually see the game rather than just me creating the character. So we will not spend too long. We can be a vampire. I can't wait to see people's characters in this. There are going to be some like gothic characters that are going to look awesome. I can already see it. With the color wheel and the vampire teeth. Crazy. Crazy. I've spent countless hours on Where Wind Meets Meet characteristics. I did see that. I also refrained from playing that just because a lot of people have been addicted to it and I'm scared to be addicted to yet another game. But it looks really good. No way I'm going to be a vampire. Do it. Do it and show me your character because I'm so excited to see people's builds and characters. What do you mean I can be a vampire? I can have like really dark purple like hair with like vampire teeth. That's so cool. And there's makeup. We haven't looked at that yet. I'm not going to be a vampire because it's not my vibe, but you know, you can have one tooth, you can have two teeth. I'm so addicted to it. It's a problem. Yeah. Genuinely, like, I become way too addicted to every game I've ever played, and it is a problem. It is a problem. Can we do that? I think that looks cute. I have a very addictive tendency to things. I don't know where it comes from, but I have this really big problem where I will love something so much it's all that will consume me for months. I don't know why. but it's really, really bad. Do we do any, like, face paint stuff? Do we give her a mole? I have, like, moles here. I don't think you can see them on stream, but I do. ADHD. I mean, I keep saying that there's something in me that causes a lot of my, I wouldn't call them problems, honestly. Just a lot of things that I have make sense when you put them into the neurodivergent, you know. No, I don't like it. We have freckles. Yes, freckles. We have freckles. We have freckles. Wait. Is this freckles with blush or is it just freckles? Hang on. What? What? We have freckles? That's so cute. Wait, I like them. We're keeping them. And we have blush. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, that's what everyone is pretty sure. That's me. Me too. Me too. Me too. Do we... Guys, I love blush. I'm absolute, like... Uh-oh. Do we do this one or do we do the other ones? When your later game starts? Funny. Deal with it. Deal with it. We have building to look at. You're gonna be... We're gonna be here forever. What's this one? This one? I think this one's the one, right? Like the nose blush. But maybe I make it like a little bit lighter. Okay, we're nearly done. We're nearly done. What's this one? Eyeshadow? I'm not too bothered about eyeshadow. Whimsy build I saw on Facebook earlier for this game. I was like, no, I saw like the stuff they were posting yesterday in the Discord. We have terrain. We have like the most whimsy looking like buildings ever. I am gonna be... They've got me in a chokehold. I'm obsessed. I can't like... Oh my god, that's so cute. The vines. I think I saw wisteria. Wisteria that I can put on walls. Are you kidding me? I don't think we can get more whimsy than that. I don't think we can... So you can be a vampire and have like clown makeup. What is this? This is so cool. This isn't my vibe at all, but I know some of you guys are like... You guys, this is so funny. I love this. Oh, you're gonna make the cutest character. I can already tell. It's gonna be so cool. Next stream, you're gonna play the game. Tony, we are not gonna be live till 6. I promise. We are gonna be live a little bit longer today. I prepared for this. Usually I would end stream around 6 o'clock, but not today. Okay, we spent an hour talking about the game. Then we will spend at least an hour, if not more. Probably 2, maybe even more. I don't know. We'll stop when we need to stop. But we will be playing the game properly. I prepared for this. I love it. I can't wait to see everyone's characters. You guys are going to make stuff that looks so cool. Mine's going to be very boring. Like, she's not going to have much going on. I think the most I'll do is like this. Just because I want a little bit of something, you know? I like natural though. I got to hit today. This is stupid timing. Guys, I spent on the Heartopia banner the other day. This is bad. I already made my mistake. I'm gonna keep her like the lightest skin color because your girl's like a ghost, so. But I think I'm happy. Don't even get me started on Heartopia. I am obsessed. It is ridiculous. I got everything from the new banner except for the square, water, and the tree, the big tree. But I made a tree house yesterday and I actually kind of love it. Kind of love it. Do we keep this? Is this cute? Do we like her? I think she's cute. Do we we just use my name, or do we use my username? Because they're gonna call me by whatever I put in, and I just don't think them replying to me with cozy case is gonna help. It started to get me mad, so it's on the back burner. Oh, what's making you mad about it? I'm in shock now. You're gonna stay past 5 p.m. I always play 4 till 6. I've been playing 4 till 6 usually for like the last couple of weeks. No controller support. Yes, that is a big problem. I sometimes wish we could have controller support because I don't usually use controller. I am a massive keyboard person, but for Heartopia it would be really, really good for controller. It would be really good. But yeah, it's half 5. We're gonna have about half an hour in game before ads come on again, annoyingly. But we will be live after 6. I will not be ending at 6. I don't know when we are ending, okay? It's an open-ended stream that will definitely end. Put it this way, we won't be ending. The latest I will end is 10 p.m, okay? So in like 4.5 hours at the absolute latest, I have to log off, okay? I have to have some restraint. But I won't be ending too soon. Don't worry. I'm here to stay. Okay, we're gonna go in now though. We're gonna actually play the game. We're loading it. I swap between them, but I'm more controller heavy. Really? You're on PC then, I'm assuming, obviously, with this game. I just don't really like controller unless I want to sit back, you know? I love playing on keyboard. I love keyboard. Since I swapped like 4 years ago, I'm just obsessed now. Plus, the controller kind of hurts my hands because I have hypermobility and like, yeah, it's not great. I prefer playing mouse and keyboard. Okay, if the stream has any frame drops or any lag or anything, please do tell me. I'm gonna swap over to this. It's so uncomfortable for your wrists. Maybe a wrist support would help. Maybe you need something like that. I don't use one myself, but I don't know. Apparently they're really good. Okay. We have a little bit of a problem just before I start, and it's gonna be my camera and my overlay. Oh. Being too high up, unfortunately. Oh my god. Please. Why is my goal not moving? Oh, that's why. I'm like, why is it not moving? That's rude. I had it locked, obviously. Okay. I moved it down. You guys should be able to see everything in game fine. Return to the cabin in the woods. Are we playing alright? We're playing fine. This is on 60 FPS for reference. I don't know if it looks good to you guys, but to me, honestly, it looks fine. This is 60 FPS with like the settings on like medium high, roughly, I think it was. It was whatever it was on when I logged in. So, okay. I can't believe it. You're really back. This is my friend, I think, right? No. 10 whole years? I've missed you so much. When Grandpa said you were coming back, I was so excited I couldn't fall asleep all night. And wow, you haven't changed a bit. The Star Sands Island surely has. Sure has. I'm actually the mayor's assistant now. She's the mayor's assistant. She's tiny. She looks so young. Want me to show you around? Do you remember this little yard back when we were kids? It was packed with fruit and veggie plants. Every summer we'd pick the biggest watermelon, chill in the well. Chill in the well? How big's the well? And after playing on the hills, we'd sit and eat cold watermelon together. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. It's been a while since everyone took care of it, so it's a bit of a mess now, but that's okay. Now that we're back, Casey, can you bring it to life? We can bring it back to life in no time. Warning, I really suck at reading out loud. I'll help however I can. First, let's start with clearing up the yard. Okay. Let's see. I'll handle the fallen leaves and you can clear the stones and soft wood from the ground. Yay! How do I do that? Just pick them up. Okay, we're on like F for interact. Can I change that? Can I change that? I like using E. Can I do that? Is E set to anything? Interact. Okay, well, we'll just change that. Awesome. Awesome. Lovely. Great start. Great start that I can change keybinds. I suck at reading in general. I only started reading books last year and it's improved my like reading a lot. Still suck at reading out loud. Okay, we need to do softwood too, not just the rocks. That might help. Also, I don't know if I like how the Can I do sensitivity, please? Maybe. How do I do sensitivity? There it is. Okay, I want to put it up a little bit. We'll see. Wait, that's better. It could probably be even better, but we'll be playing around with settings quite a lot. Just because obviously there's a lot of stuff that I'm not used to. But that's fine. Wow, amazing. You've cleaned up so fast. Thank you. I didn't take any longer than I was supposed to. The whole yard feels so fresh and new. Just remember to tidy up every now and then. All those pesky weeds will take over again in a... Okay. And don't toss out the random stuff you picked up. It's actually super useful. The island's full of renewable resources. If you gather them diligently, they'll definitely come in handy down the line. Yeah, we don't get rid of things on this stream. In this stream, we hoard materials. We pick up everything for no reason. See that crafting table your grandpa left behind? With that with the right blueprint and materials, you can make all sorts of tools, like sturdy axe. Take this blueprint for an axe. Try crafting one so you can chop down that tree blocking the door. Okay. So I've gotten so used to having... Oh, guys. Heartopia is, like, rotted my brain. I'm used to having, like, a mouse on the screen. Not pressing buttons to open things like that. That's crazy. Making axe using the resources you just collected. So press tab. Oh, wait. No, we don't do that. Where's the table? Oh, it's here. Look at this! Look at the work table. How cute is that? Are you kidding me right now? That is so cute. No, I'm gonna be obsessed. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. Yay. Okay. Press the number key assigned to the tool to equip it, or scroll wheel. Use Alt to switch between toolbars. Okay, well that's pretty inevitable. Stop! I know! How cute! This is just like... Are you kidding me? Like, look at this. Look at this! With like the branch coming off it with like the lantern. Like, even the like original house you get is just adorable. Too cute. Same little cabin. It's empty now, but once we add furniture, it'll feel cozy in no time. I prepared a wooden bed blueprint for you. Use your materials to craft it and plus whatever you like. Don't worry about the yard. I'll take care of cleaning it up for you. If you say so. I mean, I can do it. That's why I'm playing the game, but... like... okay. Okay, so we need to... chop trees to get softwood. So we only need one more. That's easy. Oh, she, like, punches the tree. Oh my god. She's taking her anger out on the tree. Oh my god. Okay, make a matcha double bed. Are you kidding me right now? Don't tell me I have a cute green bed. Stop. They're giving me green furniture without doing anything. This game knew I was coming. A matcha bed. When you obtain new pieces of furniture facility, it will be automatically stored in its corresponding bag tab. In the furniture facility tab, right click on an item to enter the placement mode. Okay, right click. Placement mode, click to confirm placement target. Okay, so we do left click to confirm it, but then right click to change the angle. Hello, thank you for the look, I appreciate it. Oh, I got fiber. I don't know where I got that from, but cool. Wait. Wait, what? Press B. Press B. And then... Oh, why is it... Okay, well, let me go in the house then. Let me put my axe away. That's a bit ominous. It's like, you can't put that there. I'm like, well, I didn't think I was going to be able to put it there, but you know. Oh, wait, don't. Is that teddy bears? Are there, like, bears on this bed? It's a green bed with... Oh, this game loves me. Oh, we can use scroll wheel to turn things. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is great. This is absolutely perfect. Oh my god. Look at how, like, free the grid is. How... I love it. Sleep restores your stamina and lets you skip around ahead to the next day. Okay, so we can, like, skip ahead if we want, which I kind of like that. I like that. The game will autosave when you wake up. So it's kind of like Stardew Valley that you, like, do you have to sleep? Yes, you do! Staying up past 2 a.m. will cause you to faint. The next day, only half of your stamina will be restored. If you pass out 3 days in a row, you'll need to sleep the entire following day to recover your strength. Hello? That's a little, like... That's real tense. It's not in real life time. Yes. Yes. So, like, it's similar. If you play Stardew Valley, it seems very similar to that. You do have to sleep and you have until 2 a.m. How do I know the time? How do I know the time? That's interesting. How do I find the time? We don't have a watch or anything. Maybe if you can slow down time. Wait, I actually do wonder if you can, like, fully do that. Can we do that? I don't know if you can. Maybe in, like, the actual game you can? Like, calendar. I don't even know how we're supposed to know what time it is. I don't want to faint. Oh my. Are you kidding me? Look at all of this. Guys, I'm already obsessed. I haven't even played yet. Who is that? Octa. Oh, stop. She's so cute. Oh no. Let me get out of the map. We need to keep playing. We need to keep playing. Okay. Return to the cabin in the woods. Tell me to go here, though. Oh, go look for her. Oh, okay. We need to speak to her. Okay. Cabin's simple, but it already feels like home. As the mayor's assistant, I officially announced welcome back to Starson's Island. Let's rediscover the island together. I'm down. Starson's Island, everyone takes charge of their own island life. To help new residents settle in, the town has launched the Island Life app. I wonder if this is going to be where it tells me what time it is. It's super handy. It tracks all the progress you made while building up the island. Every little thing you contribute earns rewards. Okay, cool. I like that. Like unlocking more land. More land, yes. Cool layouts and even special tiles. Let me set it up for you. Okay, I'm just going to do something super, super quick. Oh, was that supposed to open? I think it was. I'm going to move these back up a little bit because it's currently blocking, like, the name of the character I'm speaking to. Okay. Requirement, return resident gets... Okay, so this is, like, where we get, like, achievements. You're now a returning resident. Okay, so we have basic tool manual, basic carnivore pet food recipe, basic herbivore. Okay. Blueprints. I can't get over how cute this is. Look how cute that is. I wonder if it gets even better. The better, like, the tier of it is. Because, are you kidding me? If that's, like, the base game work table, you can't get better than that. It's too cute. Okay, reach apprentice level in any profession. That title means you're officially a resident of Starson's Island now. The more you help out, the higher your title will climb. Okay. Let me show you the whole yard your grandpa... Let me show you the whole yard your grandpa left you. Grandpa was rich? Are we for real? Are we for real? See, all this is yours, although it's been a while since anyone tended to it, so it's not quite ready to use yet. With a space this big, it's absolutely perfect for building a home that's all yours to own someday. That reminds me, speaking of building, Lex Woodworks. I love that name. He's having a big sale on all kinds of home layouts right now. There's a coastal style, a rustic countryside look. We love that one. So many options. And I asked for you, your first intermediate layout is 80% off. Holy! 80% off? What might I do? I've marked the workshop on your map. You should definitely check it out when you get a chance. And it might be hard to picture just from my description. I specifically asked Alex for the promo video for the intimate layout. Here, take a look and see which style you like the most. Okay, let's see. Well, we've already got the option there. That's the one I'm choosing. Are you kidding me right now? You cannot be serious if you think I'm gonna choose anything else. Like, watch this. No. Nope. That's just not. Doesn't beat. No, nothing's beating it. No. Like, that's nice. It's pretty, but I don't want to live in a lavish house. I want to live in the countryside. Like, this one. This is the one I want. This is all I want. This is perfect. This is literally the perfect house. I would live there in real life. So what do you think? Like style, I want to see some others. Pretty great. Oh, I skipped. Skip. Island has 5 professions: crafter, farmer, angler, rancher, and explorer. Okay, so we have crafting, which is just obviously crafting. Farmer, which is going to be, I think, that would be like more than just one. Oh no, that would just be crops and stuff. And then angler's fishing. Rancher is animals, and then explorer, I have no idea what that's going to be, but I'm excited to find out. Any one of them can provide a good living. For efficiency, I'd most recommend crafting. Learning to make various tools and gadgets will make mastering all the other professions much easier. Okay, so we want to pick crafting first. You can pick just one or try all 5 if you're feeling adventurous. Each profession has its own mentor to guide you. Just open them up and find them. I wonder how far the crafting person is from where I live. Let me help you download the Starnote app. Okay. A lot of apps. This is a lot of apps. So cute. Can this game get any cuter at this point? Look at these graphics. This like style is so cute. I actually think my head might explode from how much. No, we need to get on with this. I need to go and explore. Desktop photo frame, blueprint. Think. Okay. I'm like shaking from like from like the adrenaline. I want to play so bad. The Starnote has all sorts of orientation ask. The Starnote has all sorts of orientation tasks for new islanders. While you're learning new skills from your mentors, completing these tasks come with super generous rewards. Ooh. Basically, making a living here is a breeze. Enjoy every little bit of it will pay off. Sounds good. Since you're just starting out, I'd recommend picking one of the 3 main paths: crafter, farmer, or rancher, and finding a mentor to help you learn the ropes. Crafting, because you recommended it to me, I feel like I should. Zerine? Zerine is a mentor for crafting. Remember her? She used to visit the island on holidays when we were kids, but she always kept to herself. We'd only ever catch glimpses of her. Now she's moved. But don't be fooled by how quiet and shy she seems. She's an absolute tech wizard. I like to be a crafter. All registered, you can now follow the quest track to find the career mentor. Every time you complete a certification for any profession, come see me to register and claim your talent recruitment bonus. Honestly, with your skills, I'm sure you'll collect All professional rewards in no time. We will be doing them all. That's for sure. So as the mentors you just picked, there are old friends of yours on the island. It's been 10 years. Do you still remember them? And when you have a moment, why not go and say hello? Okay, Okay, we just unlocked all of this. Are you kidding me right now? What is this? This feels like the most simple game, but yeah, it's so beautiful. Like, are you kidding me? Green roof? Well, we know we're going to be using that. And the arched windows. We have wooden steps and fencing already. Like, I don't need anything else. We have green paint. Like, all I need is green, a bit of wood, some, like, wisteria for my walls, and I'm done. This is so cute. We have wooden floors. We have everything. We have everything. We have ivy. We unlocked ivy. It's not wisteria, but I will take it. Ivy is second best. I do like wisteria, though. I did see wisteria. Wisteria is in the game. I swear I saw it. I need it. New feature unlocked. Build mode. Press C to enter build mode and open your inventory from the bottom panel. Select an object, then use... Oh, we've already done that. We already know that. Place items can also be removed, fine-tuned, or picked up in build mode so you can just freely. Look how cool this is. The like grid is so... There's no snappiness. I'm sure you can turn it on to be kind of snapped. But there's no like you must place it here or here. You can put it everywhere. It just seems like you can put it everywhere you want. Which is kind of crazy. I do want to just turn my volume down a little bit because it's still too loud for me. I'm going to put it down to like 60 or something. Okay. So what do we need to do now? Oh, we need to go find her. Okay, we'll probably go and find this character and then we might have to go for an ad break because it is 2. We'll see. I'll let you guys know when it pops up because it does give me a little reminder. Just give me a little bit of a reminder. We're gonna go and have a little exploration. We have water. Can I go in the water? I can jump. Oh my god. Jump. I can swim? Stop it. Oh, I can swim. Are you kidding me? Guys, I'm obsessed. That was a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie, but games everything is a GTA for cozy games. Yes, that's how it seems right now. I expected the game to stop me from jumping into the water. Do you know what stems the whole like water features in games for me, where it comes from? Spyro. Spyro. It comes from him. That little purple dragon just made me want to like jump in every little bit of water that I see in a video game. And when you can't do that, it's terrible. Almost looks like she's scared. Tony. Get out. Oh. Very light. Oh, I'm obsessed. Also, like, I think after the stream, I'll play around tomorrow with the settings to make sure that we can have it as best quality as possible. Because obviously this is fine, I'm not gonna lie. If you can only play on 60 FPS with like medium settings, probably even low, it's pretty decent. This is 60 FPS and like medium high. So I would say that it wouldn't be bad no matter what. The game looks great, but I do want it to look as best as it can. So I might turn it up a little bit. Loved Spyro. I loved Spyro. I never knew what I was doing, but I loved it. Oh, the little cutscenes are so cute. Oh, my character's adorable. Stop. That's so cute. I basically, when it came to Spyro, I must have been like 6 years old. It was when I had a PlayStation 2, I think, and I was definitely about 6 when I got that. I didn't know what I was doing in Spyro, but you know what? Jumping in the water and flying around was so fun. Like 6-year-old me. Okay. She's actually adorable. Hello, this is a self-service shop. Can I help you with anything? We have... I want ramen. I want noodles. There's noodles everywhere. I should have known this was going to happen. A new neighbor? Okay, see, I've heard of you from Solara. Am I saying that right? Nice to meet you. I'm Zareen. So you want to learn crafting? I thought we already knew her. I thought we knew her. I thought she knew who we were. Now she's just like, oh, I've heard of you. Hello? Forgot about me? Let me think about it. Neona? Neona? I'm really bad with these names. From the vehicle shop, ordered a custom skateboard. I drew up the blueprint, but I haven't made a prototype yet. Skateboard has a relatively simple structure, and it's good practice for a beginner. Want to try? Here's blueprint. Wait, that means we get a skateboard this early on? That's kind of cool. We probably need to gather materials. It's part of the learning process. I do not like gathering materials. I gather materials in my sleep. I'm literally just obsessed with gathering materials at this point. It's kind of ridiculous. Buy an equipment material, a blueprint pack. Blueprint pack. Equipment blueprint pack. That is a lot to say for me. Okay. Gives us a cutter, a charcoal kit. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Look at the kiln. Are you kidding me right now? I can't keep doing this. The furnace? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Craft a stone pickaxe. How do I do that? Wait. Oh, I do it here. Okay. Public workbench. I love when games do that. It's like, yeah, here's a public workbench. It makes complete sense. Wait, what do I need to do? Stone pickaxe. How do I do that? Cool. Stone pickaxe. Right there. It's in front of my face. We're gonna go mining, I think. Can I buy clothes yet? I'm like desperate to buy a new outfit. It's ridiculous. Okay, this is I think I'm so used to Heartopia. The pickaxe looks gigantic, but it's just not. It's like a normal pickaxe. Okay, so we need stone and softwood. I just want to go like swim though. Did you hear that? I need both earphones in. Are you kidding me? That sound of like the crunch of the grass. I love it. Oh, this game's perfect. Can I just like... Let me just like dive head first. How do I get out? Can I like... No, I can't. I'm like stuck. Shouldn't have done that. I was gonna go see if there was clothes. Track. I want to go see if we can buy a nice outfit first. Hang on. So I know we have ads in a minute, so I don't want to like do any like quest stuff too quick if I end up getting interrupted. Honestly, I could just swim all day in this. Perfect. Oh, she can't jump up there. My bad. Wait, I can run. Does it take stamina for me to do that or something? No? Let's go see if there's anything we can buy. I like his outfit. And there's chests too. Oh no. What are you? Are you something? Why is it glowing like that? Okay. Cutscene. Oh, please. I love her outfit. Can I buy something cute, please? What's the book? I just wanted to buy an outfit. I'm Lunel. I run this little shop. Casey, that's a lovely name. Everyone always says that. You were looking at my book just now. Are you a fan of Dream on Dream of the Red Chamber 2? I found this sequel by accident. Supposedly it came to the author in a dream, which sounds far-fetched, but the writing really is something. I captured the feel of the original so well. Like it was always meant to exist. I only wish I had the second half. Funny thing about the book, everyone who reads it sees something different. Philosophy, gossip, a love story, politics. I like to read it as history, as there's so much hidden in there if you know where to look. I keep coming back to it. Feel free to stop by anytime. I rotate my books and the clothes. You might find something you connect with. Shop. What did I miss? My boss showed up? Oh. Nothing really. We just chopped down a tree and then swam. That's it. That's all I've done. I jumped on some grass because it made crunch sounds. It made crunch. Sounds like fresh grass that's been like frozen overnight. So good. Oh, I don't think we can really buy anything. Wait. Oh, I don't like the undertop. Oh. We have like 2 options. I own these. I already own these. She didn't tell me I owned things. What goes with these? Oh, I have a swimming costume or pajamas. Okay. But you know what? I would rather walk around in these pajamas than the original outfit because I'm not being funny, but this compared to these bunny pajamas is not it. But I also don't really want to walk around in the bikini because that's a little bit weird, but I kind of like the top. What else can I have there? Because there's not really much for me to buy. I can't even buy any of these. Damn it! Oh. Cute! Oh, I'm gonna have to make so much money in this game. It's ridiculous. Stop it. Did she just... Did she just do that? Or am I imagining things? Okay. Well, we can't buy anything. I'm getting those Converse. Honestly, wait, Converse. I missed something. Hang on, I missed something. There's Converse in it. She rotates the shop too. Damn it. This is so difficult. We have to make money eventually.
Take care.
It changes daily. She says she changes it regularly. I don't really know how regularly that is. And I don't know if there's like any way of knowing. But I guess we'll find out. Stop! Oh! Nope. Need these. Need these, please. I need these. I need a cardigan and a cute skirt. Ugh. I love how the sound changes when you go outside. How fast does time go? It seems like 1 minute is about 1.5 seconds. If that helps. From how I'm reading it at the top. Also, it is actually at the top, so we do know. If you stay up past 2 AM though, you will faint. So we will have to keep a watch on that. Does it stop if I do this? Yes. So we can stop time. Which is really good. Yeah, I think we'll try and make our way towards getting some materials because ads are gonna play again. Wisteria! I knew I saw Wisteria in the trailer. This is Wisteria, I think, right? Please tell me I'm correct. It's so pretty. What did I do? I did something. Yes? Oh, I need it. Let me have this and I'm gonna put it all over my house. Like, I'm not a fan of purple. Like, I used to be. I'm not a fan of purple anymore, but I feel like Wisteria is just so pretty. I can't help it. We need to find, like, a wood. Woodland. Hello? By the time I actually find woodland, we probably will not have time. But we'll try and get somewhere as quick as I can. Ads are gonna start in like 18 seconds. I don't know where we're supposed to find the wood brick, so. You hear that? so good. I love it. I know my hair was purple. I used to like purple when I was 14. I don't really like purple anymore. Okay, ads are about to begin. So I'll leave you guys with that. For a second. I'm gonna go fill my water up. You should do the same. Take care of yourself. I will be right back in about 3 minutes when ads have done. I promise. We will carry on playing. We will do any of the quests that pop up, and we're gonna have to make a little bit of money because I need an outfit. I need one. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, we're back. I'm back. I grabbed a drink and some food. Kind of food. More like a snack. Can you dye the clothes? That's interesting. I didn't even think to check. Can we dye the clothes? How would we find that? Would it be... Wait, it might be on here. Does it say anything? On, like, the bed or, like... In fact, no, it isn't even on there. We'll have to look into that. Can we, like, see in here? Available for purchase at the boutique, sewing table. I wonder if we can, if we craft them, but maybe not the ones that we buy? Maybe. Why do I feel like this is cuter? I'd, like, want to walk around in that outfit. But they're kind of cute. Oh. Apply. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do that. Okay. I don't know, though. We will check that because I'm definitely going to go back and look at that. Maybe at the sewing table. Maybe. When we go back... I don't think we have one yet, but there might be one outside of her shop. Because we gotta go and find materials, and I'm at the wrong place. So we just need to go in this direction. But I do think dyeing them would not be out of the question. I think maybe, like, I don't think we could do, like, any sort of, like, designs, but maybe we could do dyeing them. How big's the map? Enormous. And we even have, like, a little island. And, like, whatever this is. I don't know what that is. But this is the city part. Look at all the shops and stuff. Like, you live over here. This is, like, this bit here is, like, what I can decorate. When you put that into perspective, kind of insane, like, how many, like, places. And the map doesn't even do it justice in the real world because this doesn't make it look like it's too much. But it's a lot. Looks like there's a place to unlock. Wait, this? Maybe? Or is this, like, the name of the water? I definitely think some of these places won't actually be, like, usable until we up like, what is it? But I can rent. I can rent the. You press R to use your phone to open travel. Select the vehicle you want and click to summon it. Wait. Like, tab, travel, summon. Are you kidding me? Wait. Oh, that's awesome. What in the... Yo, this thing's fast. Holy... Oh, I've missed my own house. Like, what? Slow down. How do I brake? Next to where it says Stars on the Island. Next to where it says here. Top of your screen. Oh! Bingo, yes. Oh, this looks like a dungeon. There's like little camping spots and like bosses. You know what? I'm so excited for that. A cozy game, but with combat is so cool, especially when you don't have to do combat. Because you don't have to do the combat. You don't have to do it. You can just build a robot to do it for you. It's like perfect. That's so cool. What do you even mean there's a whole other part that we can't even see? So cool. I do it because I get bored. Honestly, We're gonna go there. I don't know when, but we will. Oh, I'm stuck. How do I get out? I'm stuck on a rock. There was a chest. Wait, did I go past a chest? We'll get chest. Don't worry. We'll get chest as we go because I'm not gonna leave chests. I need to do. I need to try and like. I get so distracted when I play these games that I feel like sometimes I'm a little bit like, oh, there's a chest. Okay, well we can get it later. We can get it later. I want to get it now, but I should probably just concentrate. We see a chest from now on. We'll try and get it. Because it is going to bug me if I don't get them now. Oh. I got a bundle of pasture grass. The kind of grass that little animals love to eat. Ah. Cute. Okay. First time mining. She like whacks the things with the axes. This is like... She's angry. Oh, we need to cook food. Eventually, we need to cook food. I keep forgetting that we have a energy bar. Okay, we need one more. Okay, now what? We go back to the really cute crafting station. Craft. Okay, what do we need to do again? These three. Oh yeah, we've got enough to do them. Okay, these are going to be so cute. I also wonder what it's actually going to give us in the chests. I'm intrigued. Okay, now we need this. The furnace and the kiln looks so cute. Okay, now we don't need anything else. What's that? Wait. We have a bug net. That means we can catch bugs. That means we can catch bugs. I was looking for that. First the kiln, furnace, and cut from the equipment tab in your bag. Equipment. Oh, right click, place. Oh, it's so tiny! Are you kidding me? It's tiny! Oh my god, it's like a miniature sub. Where should we even put these? I don't even know where to put them. Maybe put them here. For now. Can we do like... Oh, I don't think we can. I was like wondering if we could do... It's so tiny. I was wondering if we could do like snap grid. But I think we might have to go into like the proper build mode to be able to do something like that. Okay. Grab copper ores needed to craft a skateboard. Okay. Oh, they're only over here. Oh, mushrooms! We found the mushrooms. I have to pick them up. I don't need them yet, but how cute. How cute. I see a mushroom in the game and I pick it up. How much does this use? 50. It uses 3. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We picked up a flower. Got the moonflower. This lily variant from the Moonlight Forest is both food and medicine. It's mild, slightly sweet and bitter. Good for soothing lungs and calming the mind. Ah. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So, did I pick that up on the floor or did it get picked up from like mining the copper? Because if you get it from mining copper, I think we do. That's interesting. Getting like a flower when you're mining is kind of cool. You do. Cool. I like that. Use a charcoal kiln to produce charcoal. Well, I did wonder what it produced. Okay. Wait. Oh, there we go. Charcoal. How much do we need? Just 1? Oh, and it requires 2 softwood and 3 fiber, and we only have 2 fiber. So we might have to go and pick something else up. Oh, it needs 3. So I need to do it again, which means I need more fiber, so we need to go to bushes. Oh, well, we can't do that. There we go. We'll do this while we're waiting because I think we do actually need this to do pretty much anything. Which is fine. Honestly, I'm going to be doing this a lot anyway because I'm a hoarder in these games. I have, like, I never run out of things. Like, never. Play them 2. And do another one. Okay. It takes about, like, what? 7 seconds, it says. That's not bad. That's not bad. I can deal with that. Sure, I think when you upgrade these as well, they're probably going to be a lot quicker. I'm assuming, like, the best one probably only takes, like, a second. Furnace to craft ingots. How many do we need? 3 again. Okay. Process, and it needs 4 per one. Is that just one that we're doing right now? We do all of them. Okay, and then the next one's going to be something to do with this, and it's probably going to be like, I have no, like, softwood or something, which is just going to require softwood. We haven't got any softwood now. We ran out. I just bought the game. It looks so cute. It's so cute. Honestly, I've not even played it much yet. We've been talking more than anything, or like, we took more time to create the character. And just like running around than doing anything so far, but honestly, the minute I opened the game, obsessed. Obsessed. Probably one of the cutest games I think I've ever actually played. Use a crafter to produce. Yeah, I can't do this yet. I don't think I can do it yet. Where is it? This one. We need more softwood, so let's go and chop down some trees. But honestly, yeah, I think I'm completely obsessed. We can swim. The grass makes like a crunch when you jump on it. I know these are small things, but like, it's been a while since the game has had these little details in it for me. And the art style's just adorable. It's a problem. It's a problem, but I just don't care. Oh, we need more. We need more. More trees. What's that? I'm getting distracted, but there's a glowing bug. Aww. Now we need to make we can actually do bug catching as well. I didn't oh, I can't do that one. I didn't know if bug catch was a thing, but I think it might be part of the exploration thing skill. Because there's like, what, I think five skills. But there's no like bug catching or anything. And when I saw that you can actually craft a bug net, that tells me what I need to know. So I know that we can catch bugs. Also, I don't know if anyone's seen this. That is a very irritating sound. But I saw that we can decorate aquariums so detailed that it's basically like decorating your house. That's crazy. And we're gonna go get the chest because you guys keep reminding me about the chest. So we're gonna open the first chest. What do we get? We got grass seeds, wheat seeds, grass, and something else I didn't see. Okay. So it's not like the best stuff in the regular chests, but I'm going to assume when we go into like the dungeons and stuff, it's probably going to be like really good loot. Okay. We're going to do the skateboard. I'm going to assume you get the skateboard. That like you can actually keep it once you craft it. Or they'll give you like the ability to craft another one. Use the left click to end skating. Use it to... Okay, so we do left click to ride, WASD to move. We can jump with this. Okay. Can I use it? Wait. This is awesome. What? Who was it that said this is like GTA but for cozy games? Because you were so right. What? This is so cool. I don't even want the moped thingy now. I just want to like ride the skateboard. Are you kidding me? Like, Oh, we were supposed to go down there. Okay. Never mind. We go back down. This is too good. How do I go in? Is she asleep? Wait, how do I get out again? Are we asleep? Oh, guys. Guys, it's 11 p.m. in game. We need to go home. We need to go back home. I was like, why are the shutters down? Why are the shutters down? Because it's nighttime. And if we don't get home in the next 3 hours, we're gonna faint. And I don't want to find out what happens when I faint. So, I'm gonna go home. In fact, we know what happens when I faint. It's just I don't want it to happen. You know? Oh, I didn't mean to jump. I meant to get off it. Okay, so we're gonna sleep. Going to bed will end the day. Yes. That is fine. Please go to the app to pay. What did that say? Please go to the app to pay what? I have unread mail. Okay. Let's go see. We leveled up. Graminova. Graminova? Am I saying that right? A farmer mentor of Starstone's Island. From what I've seen, the land in front of your home is sitting idle. That soil is really fertile. If you're thinking about planting some crops, come find me at the Happiness Seed Shop. Happiness Seed Shop? That's so cute. I'll show you how to get started. He gave me something. Fertilizer. Thank you. But we need to go and deliver the skateboard. Now that it's morning time. Oh, they wave at you when you go past? Stop. Okay, she should be... Wait, it's 6 a.m.? We wake up at 6 a.m.? Are you kidding? 6 a.m.? Hell no. She ain't even open yet. What time does she open? Or he? Wait, what time do we open? 8. Okay, well, I guess we're just, like, exploring until she opens, because I didn't even think. Oh. Shake? The machine wobbled. I thought it was going to give me something. It didn't give me anything. Hot Springs ticket. With this, you can take a bath in Hot Springs. Where's that? Where's the Hot Springs? I don't know where that is. Wait, there's a cat nearby. He's called Sheriff. He's called Sheriff. Sheriff is a black cat, or rather, only a black cat. Or rather, only a black cat. Huh? Sheriff is a black cat, or rather, only a black cat can become the sheriff among the cats in Starstone Island. Of course, she didn't become sheriff just because of the fur color. That's quite independent. She's quite independent, always patrolling the fish-filled waters until late, and has always relied on her own skills to catch fish. Sheriff? Stop it. What are these other things, like, what are they called? Scrappy? Meow alum? Mellowan? Stop it, they're so cute. Oh, I'm gonna have a problem. Where's the spring? Is this it? No, it's not it at all. I don't know where this thing is. It's saying I can, like, use it to, like, regenerate or something. Is it, like, nearby? Surely it should be, like, nearby or something. I guess we'll find out, but I thought it was gonna give me, like, food. Shit. He gave me something! Dried figs! Yay! Honestly, I just needed food because I keep doing things and forgetting about the fact that we're probably gonna need something at some point. Like, we're gonna run out of energy and we haven't learned how to cook yet. Oh my god, is that a whale? We might as well go down here and see what's down here while we wait. We can't do anything until 8. This is so cool. This genuinely is a cozy GTA. Like, like, hello. So cool. Look at the water. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Guys. Wait, what is this? Because I saw this and I didn't know what it was. I don't know what it does. It's gonna mean something. I don't know what it is, but it's got like some sort of like law related thing to it, I think. It's gotta have. It's like you probably gotta level up to do something with it. I feel like it. Oh, she just jumped on around. I keep seeing them everywhere. Like I've seen at least 2. But they just keep popping up. Okay. It's gonna open in a minute. Okay, she's not in there, so she's not hiding from me. I just want to give you this skateboard that you asked for. Okay. Please. Please, it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Thank you. What is this music?
New around here? Good eye. She's not like the bikes you see on every street corner, huh? Looks like you know your way around the Night Owl, my old partner here. To the mods myself. Custom engine. One of a kind on the whole eye.
Why is the music so loud? I can't even hear her talk. Name's Neona. I run this garage. If you need a vehicle, feel free to come by and pick it up. I need to give you this. Oh, you're the newbie learning crafting from Zareen. Let's see the skateboard you made. You made this? Not bad. Thank you. But this is just a basic tool for getting around. Want to try something more interesting? Depends. Take this scooter rental card. You can rent one for free with it. Take a spin on the way back. Feel the real joy of riding as the wind rushes past you. You know what? I didn't like the scooter as much as the skateboard. And like, don't I need to give her the... Oh. What is making a noise? Hello? Where is that noise coming from? That is like kind of freaky. I have an unpaid order. Hello? What do you mean I have an unpaid order? Well, I guess I'm taking the bike. Not the bike, I'm taking the skateboard. Wait, why can I still hear that? Oh, it was like lagging a little bit. It was kind of like following me even though I was nowhere near it. That was weird. I still don't know where the sound was coming from. Do you have a builder's hat on? Or was it a cap? I like the skateboard. Skateboard's what I'll probably use. It's just as quick. Oh, I am so sorry. You're not the right person. Oh, it's the one I literally, like, just drove straight into. You did well as skateboard prototype. But... I'll help you with the apprentice crafter certification. Oh, nice. I got a reward. Patchwork and Jack of the Trade. Nice. They have not rewards. What are they called? Achievements. Crafting. So this is your first profession. Thank you. But to complete certification, you'll need to install Wikipedia on your phone. Don't mind me. I love a good Wikipedia. Let me download it for you. In your Wikipedia, you can use Star Sand to unlock and upgrade your skills. You can earn Stars and by completing tasks in your star note and the Island Life app. It's pretty convenient. Here, take these Stars and you can try it out. Okay, we have a lot of apps in this game. You know what, though? I do love a good Wikipedia. So this shows us all our skills. It's very similar to like how Heartopia's is, so it's not gonna be too difficult, I don't think. So when we level up, you get slightly increased stamina, recovery speed when sitting. Okay, these are actually like good though. But they cost this, so we have to earn this, I think. Bulletin board sometimes has odd jobs and requires to complete them, and you'll get a reward. It's worth keeping an eye on. So I think we're gonna have to do like quests or like bulletin board stuff to actually get the currency to level up, which I do not mind. After you become an apprentice crafter, you can claim your apprentice talent subsidy in the Island Life app. It should help. Okay, so
See you.
she's so cute. Okay, we did that. So now we got 50 more of this currency. We got... Oh, we unlocked a food recipe, which is good. And we got a rocking chair. We have more gold, too. Don't mind if I do. What now? What now? We don't actually have anything on the screen to do. I'm kind of like left to do what I want. Okay. These are the people I've met. Oh, there's a few people to meet. Oh, and we have like 9 animals to meet. Oh no. Uh-oh. Let me claim things. Oh, look at the hair. So through like exploration and things, you can just like basically claim... Oh wow, you can actually just find loads of things. I haven't even done anything and I'm already getting stuff. This is pretty cool. I'm just gonna clear all the notifications because they're gonna drive me crazy. Gathererables. This is this many gathererables is dangerous. Like, I also saw you can actually make a lot of like if you make like giant vegetables or fruit, you can turn them in, use them for like crafting the current furniture for that season. So I think it would be like, I'm guessing like autumn would be maybe a pumpkin. And if you made a giant pumpkin, you could use it for furniture, which is pretty cool. And there is a lot of decor items to unlock, so we have a long way to go. We have a lot of plants too. Wait, oh, that's all of them, okay. Crafting. Oh, wow. Look how fluffy they look. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right, we need to go on an adventure because we're about to just go and see everything because we need to see things. What's this? Oh, this is the building thing. Okay. So I want to go and like find some stuff, but I also kind of want to clear out around my house. I think we're gonna go and see this guy on the way back. We're gonna go and find this guy on the way back because I can't help myself. And there's a chest, so we can open that. Anything better? Oh, we got money from that one. That's good to know. Can I just talk to him? Interact. You can earn pet affection each day. I can have these as pets. Or is that not what? Am I not reading that right? You can earn pet affection from a capybara. Don't tempt me. Oh my god. By either feeding or interacting with them, approach a pet and press F to start a conversation. Conversation? Do the pets talk? And select an option to gain the affection of the day. Also gain affection by feeding your pets. Every pet has a favorite food. Giving them a treat they love will earn you more affection. Once pet affection reaches 3 hearts, you can adopt them and bring them home. Oh, stop. I can take him home with me? Can I give him anything yet? I don't think I can. I can't do anything yet. I'll be back. I'll be back, bud. Don't worry. Don't worry, I will definitely be back. Okay, we're gonna clear some of this stuff out from around the house because I feel like it doesn't look like a house. It looks like what it actually is, which is a cabin in the wood. But I don't like that. I want it to look a little bit like a house. And I'm obsessed with like collecting things in games, so we definitely need to go and like hunt a little bit for just like anything that can be picked up. Honestly, anything we can get, and just see what there really is, because I know nothing, and I feel like I'm in a brand new world with just like endless opportunities for things. So I'm actually excited to see what we have, and I want to go to that mushroom. That mushroom place looks so cool. I don't know where that is. I have a feeling it might even be in like the mines or something. I don't know. We have yet to have seen it on the map. Oh? Oh, I thought I picked something up then that I hadn't got yet. Okay. I'm only going to clear around the house. I'm not going to do like loads of stuff because that's kind of boring. Let's get rid of all this. I'm not going to throw this away. We're going to keep this. I think we need to see if we can build a chest. Can we do a chest? I wonder. Let's see. Can we craft a chest? We can craft quite a few things. Storage box. Holds 18 different types. Oh, that's nice. Let's do that. Nice. Okay. So we can... For a helper, offering more space as its level increases. Okay, so the better the chest, the better the storage, obviously. Storage box menu, you can quickly switch to other boxes. Oh! You can quickly switch to other boxes by using the left-right buttons on the menu at the top right corner. That is so cool. For mode, you can move storage boxes even when they contain items. Thank you! I hate when games do that. When they give you, like, no option to move a full chest, and you have to take everything out of it to be able to move it. That's the most irritating thing. The items will be automatically packed into a special container and returned to your bag. You can find and place it again from your bag. Okay, well, we can put this down. Probably just put it, like... Wait, where's the front door? Here. Put it on the porch for now. So we go in here. And we right-click place. Put it by the front door. And then we'll carry on. Okay. So we actually have a chest now. I don't have to carry around all this stuff. Because I don't intend to, like, carry around everything I see. Because if that was what I was going to do, it would be... I would have a full bag very quickly. Let's just say that. And I have a feeling it's going to take me a minute to actually upgrade my bag. So. We need the ability to put things in the chest quite quickly when it comes to me playing a game. It's not easy for me to just not pick everything I see. As long as I don't have a problem in this game like I did with Palia when I first started playing it. Because when we first started playing Palia, I had a bug that lasted like 5 months. Where I quite literally could not do anything because my bag wouldn't upgrade even though I had upgraded it. And it took them months to be able to fix. So I'm hoping that this doesn't happen again. It would be extremely annoying. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna put, like, all of these things in. What does this... Does this not give it? What does this give? 14. So you can't eat mushrooms, but you can cook with them. Okay. I need to eat this. It's not gonna do too much, but, you know, it's worth it. Okay. Should we maybe go and see if we can actually dye the furniture like we were thinking? Because I am curious. Because I like some things, but I just don't like how they look overall. I would like to know if I can change the color of them. I'm going to assume she'll have the workbench we need for it. Oh. Let's open this while we're here. What do we get? Oh, we learned a new thing. And we got hardwood. Nice. Okay, do you have like a workbench thing that I can use? Maybe? Maybe? No? Let's go upstairs and see. Anything here? Oh wait, she might actually have new clothes. Hang on. Wait. You can wait. We can craft clothes. We can buy patterns to make them. We don't have to actually buy it straight up. Huh. Okay. Because I was thinking, like, that must mean we can dye things then. Is there not, like, a workbench somewhere, though? Surely there's, like, a workbench around the shop that we can, like, use to dye. Is that it? Or is that where she, like, lives? Where did she go? She went somewhere. I don't know where. She's left. Where'd she go? I was gonna talk to her. She just, like, abandoned her shop? Hello? Where did she go? Don't I have to talk to her to be able to buy anything? I wanted to see what clothes there were. And if, like, I talk to her, do I get the ability to buy the clothes like that? See, it says shopping station, but these are not clothes. I'm very confused. Why would she just leave like that? Oh, that was her for a second. Let me try and track where she's gone. Where is she? Oh, she's just like disappeared now. Girl, come back. There we go. I want to see, can we actually buy things when she's not even in the shop? It's only 1 p.m. She just like, she just like left me to go and eat. Fair enough, it's dinner time. Fair enough, but like, you know, like, I just want to buy clothes.
We're closed today.
She's flutter her eyes at him.
The smell of earth. You must be the new farmer on the island. That's good news. Perhaps now someone will actually complete my ingredient requests. The reward, I assure you, it will be worth your while.
Hello? Who is that? Oh my god, how do I say this one? Aurelis? Head chef? I'll personally pick through the ingredients you delivered. Before that, make sure you brought it. What you brought is worth my time and my kitchen. Okay, I didn't even want to speak.
Now, back to work.
I didn't want to speak to you. I wanted to speak. She ate her noodles in the time that he was talking to me while I was fluttering my eyelids. My eyelids, my eyelashes. And she's left.
My pleasure.
Are you hungry? Have this? Just give me a tomato. Girl, you just ate noodles. And I actually cannot buy anything when she's not in the shop. So I guess we just like wait for her to come back. It's just a bit odd though, because like the time says 8 till 10. But she's like not there during the day. You're lying to me. Change your opening times. If you're gonna go get like food in the middle of the day and leave the shop, like you gotta tell me that. Is she not coming back? Where are you going? I want to buy clothes from you. It's not looking like we're gonna be able to. Unless she's gonna go through this way. There we go. I was just about to say, if she goes through that way, that's fine. We'll talk. Oh. No, I don't think she is. Okay, so we're gonna go talk to someone else. I don't know where to go. Starno? This one had... Oh, we have things to claim. Stop. We just got a cute top. We did! Okay, we keep the shorts on. It's fine. We have bunny slippers. Okay, we'll keep that. That's cute. I like that. What is social? Oh, that's just like who you've met. I don't know, like, where the... Workpedia? No? Journey. Maybe that's it. No events to handle? What do you mean? There we go. No, we've completed that. So we've done, like, the introduction. I guess we just go and, like, talk to all the leaders of the things. Where would, like... He's, like, the food one. Is he the food one? Owner of the Happiness Seed Shop. Can you find him returning? Okay, so maybe we do go back and talk to him. Okay. We're gonna go and, like, learn cooking, I think, because I don't think I can do too much without having the ability to cook. Because I've only chopped some trees and some bushes, and I'm already down, like, 200... No. I'm down, like, 130. So... I love these cutscenes. Oh my. That's one hell of a watermelon. That looks like his brother, right? Or is it him? It doesn't look like him. No, that's definitely a different guy. In case you didn't know, you're stepping on my test spot. I'm so sorry. Visitors don't usually wander into the fields. Are you new to the island? My parents mentioned you. Oh. It's him. Isn't that the same guy? I'm Graminova. Like, I can't pronounce that. I do some architectural research here and run the local seed shop. I'm not big on socializing. Yeah, I think we can be friends. But if you're interested in farming, I can teach you the ropes. The basics is simple. Clear the land, plant seeds, water, and harvest. But Mother Nature often takes her own part. Too many weeds will block your plants. Fertilizer can give them a nice boost. The island's restaurant, or Olive? Olive? Am I saying that right? Kitchen sources its staples from me. The high demand has me swamped. Why don't you try growing some wheat to get the hang of it? Takes fertilizer. If you have trouble farming, just ask me anything. Is this where she came? To sit in the garden? Girl, I needed your help. All good. Okay. I'm gonna go back home and do some crafting and then plant something. We do have a couple of seeds alongside this, but I think we'll just plant these for now. Can we pick the berries on the bush? We can. I keep seeing the blue thing and I was like, what is the blue thing? Maybe we should have been using that to, like, cook. But then again, we don't have anything to cook on. That would have been a little bit difficult. See, all that, like, all the, like, destroying the trees and stuff came in handy. We need a watering can. And then can I make, like, a... I don't have anything to cook in. Can I do that? Can't use these. That's not what they're made for. I don't have the ability to make even like a campfire. Oh, I do. There we go. I was gonna say, like, surely I have like the ability to make a campfire at least. That would make more sense, but there we go. Okay. Choose an arable plot? Arable plot near your home and use the hoe to till the land. Equip seeds and use them to plant. Put the watering can, hold it to water, use the ripening Okay. So we use this. I don't want to do it there. I'll do it over here. I love how aggressive the animations are. It's so funny. Usually, like, animations in games like this are, like, so dainty and, like, little, but she's just, like, absolutely going at it. Oh, wait, where are my seeds? Didn't he just give me seeds? Well, he gave me fertilizer. So, like, do I just use the seeds that are in my bag? My bag, in my chest? I think they're in here. Where is it? Okay, so we have wheat seeds. Okay. We can use these. We can do 12. Let's do some more. We can plant the other stuff too if you want. Oh, my stamina's low. Sit down. Oh, we can sit down to do stamina. I wonder how quick it is. Find a chair or a bench, sit down, rest and replenish. You can replenish stamina with food. Fruits and snacks are ready to eat, while some ingredients like mushrooms need to be cooked. Okay. So we can eat the berries. I have nothing. Oh my. Oh, they don't give much at all. Oh, that does. Wait, the strawberry, the raspberry, the tomato. The tomato she gave me actually is good. It takes a lot to do tilling of the soil. That uses a lot of energy. Hopefully when we upgrade the watering can, it'll water more than one at once. But it doesn't seem to affect stamina, which is nice. How do I fill up my watering can? When holding the watering can, go to the well and press F to refill. Oh, that's a good point. We literally have a... Yeah, we literally have like a... Yeah. Wait, what's this? What does this mean? It says to press square to refill, but I'm not on controller. That's a problem. Well, I probably won't do it anywhere else anyway for now. Probably just do it on my farm. Okay. I'm gonna go get the other seeds and plant those too. What do I have? I have whatever these are. So it doesn't take anything to plant the seeds or water them, but it does when you till the soil. To do that, it's not gonna be great. That's okay. That's okay. We'll find a way around it. We just need to learn how to cook. Because once we... That doesn't take it either, which is really good. Once we figure out how to cook, then we're fine. Fields will occasionally sprout weeds. If a field has weeds and no crops planted, it will automatically revert to untilled state after 72 hours. Okay. So don't leave crops unplanted, unwatered even. Each seed pack has a marking indicating its growing season. Crops outside their season cannot be planted, and those already planted will wither. Once the season ends, withering crops can be cleared using a pickaxe or a similar tool. So it's like Stardew Valley then. Striking a plot with a pickaxe will clear crops on it and return the soil to untilled state. Clearing immortal crops or fruit trees will return their seeds. Oh. Hello. Hi, Jack. It's just me. We're live for a lot longer than usual today. We've been live for almost an hour longer. Crazy. We need to go and talk to him. Can I put those back in? Carry anything with me? I don't think there's any point. Okay, let's go talk to him. See what he has to say about my my wheat. Why does my phone always do that? It always brings up Siri. Like, why does it do that? I say the name and she doesn't pop up. Or he. I think I have a guy Siri. I do remember you went live and was like, 2 hours is done, you still are. We spent the first hour talking because the game wasn't out yet, and then we spent the first half an hour of the gameplay creating a character. And then once we'd created a character, we've just been like wandering around like an absolute madhead, jumping on grass that crunches. And we can swim, so you know how that's going. He's cooking food. Give me
you.
some. Yeah, it's me. Here's your 1,000 coins. Now, if you'll excuse me, hello? Oh, he's rude. And there I was biting my eyelids. Oh my god, I forgot I filled this up. It's so full. Crazy. I was like, oh, it doesn't weigh much. Weighs a ton. My god. Now, if you excuse me, what is it you wanted to discuss? This one. Right? Give him 4 of them. Oh, I got 24 from that. The we call it is good. I'll take this batch. Since you're learning farming from Graminova. I hope I'm not saying that name wrong. We'll be seeing a lot of each other. There are a few things you should understand right from the start. They look like brothers to me. Food makers focus on filling bellies. The true cuisine is the art. Food makers focus on filling bellies. It should nourish the body and unlock its potential. This is a new recipe I've been working on. Here, you can have it. I've also got a lot of extra cat and dog food. You can have these too. Why would I want cat and dog food? Open your bag to find food and eat it. For food restores stamina, HP, or grants special effects. Okay. That's important to remember. You also place food in the hotbar slot to use it later. Okay. Well, ads are about to begin in like 30 minutes, so we're not going to do anything too much. Oh, that is an alarm. We're not going to do too much because I don't want to get into something that I quite literally then can't get out of. Well, ads are playing. So, let me clear all this and claim things. Please. Stop it. Wait. I got a new skirt. We got new shoes, but I don't like them as much as these. Yay, we actually have a cute outfit now. That makes me so happy. Wait, I need to save it. Cute! I mean, it doesn't look right to be skateboarding on a skirt like this, but hell yeah. Okay, we got that. We're unlocking loads of stuff. It's bringing all the notifications up. I like that this is a thing. Like, I can go back and see everything I've been told. Sometimes I need that. Oh, we also haven't even checked out building yet. I completely forgot. Maybe we should do that. Where's my home? Let's go back home, and then when I come back, maybe we can do that. If I go into build mode, I'll remember. We have a minute till ads, so if we go back and do that... We do need to eat that food, I'm not gonna lie, because we have nothing, but if I'm going into build mode, I'm pretty sure it won't matter too much. And I think we might... there's a couple of situations with build mode that I think could happen. It could be like The Sims where it's just like money orientated, where you need money to be able to buy the resource to put it, like to build it. Or it could be that you need the resource itself, like wood, to build it. Or it could just be that it's freeform. I don't know. Is there a 0 build mode? No. I'm not gonna lie, Jack. I actually was thinking about Fortnite earlier. I haven't played since before Christmas. It feels weird. Okay, I'm gonna go into Brick in a second. Let me open up build mode. How do I do that? Can I do that yet? I didn't even think about that. C. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna leave that open so that when we come back, we can do that because I don't want to completely forget that that's what I was gonna do. We'll just have like a little look around and see what there is. But go get a drink, go get a snack. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, and I'll see you then. We're back. Don't tease me. I don't know. I've got to have a long, hard think if I even want to open any kind of game like that right now. I'm vibing with these cozy games. I'm so much less stressed. When I play Fortnite, it just stresses me out. It actually stresses me out. I haven't played Valorant in like I haven't played Valorant in like 3 months. I haven't played Fortnite in like 2 months. You go through phases. I do. I still like I'm not gonna not play. It'll be like a mood thing. I'll be like in the mood to play it and I might play it and then it's like I could wake up tomorrow and be like, I want to play Fortnite. But I'm probably still gonna log on to like Autopia. We are gonna try and build. I don't know how to do this. I'm very confused. She's just stood still, which is kind of crazy. And we can zoom out. Oh my, this is like The Sims. This is The Sims, and I can move with WASD. Perfect. This is absolutely perfect. So let's see. Grid. Let's get like an item. Do we have any items? Do I have anything? Wait, can I build something maybe? Build. Oh, they gave me quite a few things. Not The Sims era returning. Don't worry, I won't be playing The Sims. Not on stream. If you know, you know. I'm not talking about it. If you know, you know. I don't need The Sims. I have this. We need The Sims. Are you talking about Endgame? Wow, the one stream I did and it's just like in your memory. Perfect. I want to see if like we can do any kind of like differences with grid. I'm kind of like, what's this? Multi-select, allow over. Hang on. Hello? This is like this is perfect. What do you mean? It's gonna take a minute to get used to. But oh, how do I move? How do I oh. Hello. Wait, can I just leave that there? You can... Are you seeing this? I just, like, put that halfway through. I just, like, put it halfway through. It's, like, halfway through the brick. Are you kidding? The amount of things we can do with this is insane. That's enough to persuade me to buy a game. Oh, my... Okay, so we don't actually need this anymore, but, like, I needed to see what that meant. So you can do... Overlap you can turn on and off. I'll never leave even though it was 5 years ago. Same with Cliff. You kill me with what? I need to like show these on stream at some point. Hashtag ad. Why would it be hashtag ad? I am not sponsored. You wish. You wish. Let's have a little look at this. We wanted to see what it looked like when it rained because it showed us what it was like when it was sunny. It showed us what it was like when it was snowing. But the rain. Perfect. Look at this. This is what I want. This is what I want. Did you know you can swing on the swing? How did you find that out? How did you find that out? Ask about who was sat in the bush. Okay, one day I will show you guys my clips from my other stream because they're just too funny now looking back. But they're kind of a little bit embarrassing, to be honest. We were playing Fortnite and there was a guy sat in a bush and he sniped me in a bush and it was like... It wasn't fun, okay? It was awful. Okay, so we can see... Okay, there's too many trees around to actually see the benefit of this. because it's sort of giving like big shadows, but honestly, I love this so much. Wait, are you actually playing the game, Tony? Or did you see someone do it? This game just gets better and better. What do you mean I can go level by level like that? That's like even better than anything I've ever done in a game before with decorating. I can go all the way down to like the... What? You're playing it? Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, you didn't know the game before I went live, right? Like, you didn't really know about the game. We can save the layout. That's so cool. Oh, I'm so excited for this. So excited. Oh my god. There's so much. This is crazy. There's just so much to look at. Absolutely insane. And I think as we level up, we get things, or do we get them from actually doing skills? Or do we buy them? Started playing before you got out of the character creation. Repair. Oh, we need to... Okay, well, now you've told me that, I have to do it. So now I have to make... I have to do this now. I have to actually make it, even though I have not got much energy at all. I must do it. How much do I need, though? We need 2. We have enough to do 2. Nice. Okay, well, we're gonna have to fix it up now because you're telling me that I can actually sit on it and swing. That's gonna make for some cute pictures. And you guys know when I think about game screenshots. It recharges. Oh, it does, doesn't it? I need to get rid of some of these trees. They're like blocking everything. Oh, wait. Oh, that's cute. Wait. Shut up. There's a photo mode. There's a proper photo mode. Wait. Press B to open the camera and enter camera mode. Pressing F to finish to switch between different... We can take selfies. I love that. I love that. Sold. So we have... do we have like... We have back camera, front camera, and then full body. Press U to open the camera settings and adjust the zoom and other options. What other options? Press space to take a photo and press G to open your album. In free mode, the settings menu will show a character tab where you just show characters' poses and expressions. You already know you're about to see this on my story like every day. Every time I'm playing, you're just gonna see it. You know. Like, what do you mean? This is so cute. This is so cute. You. Ah! Oh no. Oh no, we have like filter settings. We have everything. Time of day. Oh, that messed with it, didn't it? That messed with it a little bit, but we have time of day. And then we have distance of the camera. And zooming in and out. Oh, this is going to make so good. We can go up and down. We can tilt the camera. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to take that. This is so cute. There's so much to do. I could honestly sit here and play this game all day, but I know I'm going to have to get off soon. I just feel like I could play it all day. I have a problem too. Whenever I stream a game, I always feel like I'm not allowed to play it off stream. Because I'm always like, oh, we're gonna play it on stream. I stream twice a week. I stream twice a week. I can't keep this. I can't keep it, can I? That would be silly. You need to be like, I'm never gonna play the game off stream. I just probably won't do story stuff. That's probably what I do. Wait, I'm gonna leave that till the morning because it's like 7 a.m. 7 p.m. I'm gonna like probably just like play the game off stream, and then when we stream it, I'll do the story stuff. But I'm probably just not gonna be able to avoid playing it when I'm not streaming, because are you kidding me? If I could stream for like 10 hours, you know I would. This stream's already an hour longer than I would normally do. We're gonna go a little bit longer. We can go a little bit longer, and then I will probably have to end. But you got me for like another 40 minutes, I promise. I'm not going anywhere just yet. What is this? Splendid Wonderland, a dream of blue tears. Limited time, summer 3rd, 9 till 2 a.m. Half Moon Bay. I fin at 2 a.m. Thousand Island, Natural Wonder. The blue tears will grace Half Moon Bay tonight. Best viewing time is from 9 till 2. The waves will wash starlight onto the shore, a gentle poem from the sea to the island. You're invited to share in this scene spectacle. Okay. Delphine. Who is Delphine? Is this the Vanya of Starzand? If you're gonna stay till like 8, you might as well stay till 9, but 9 is odd number, so you might as well stay till 10. You know, if I actually wasn't chronically ill, we would be. But I actually do have a headache coming on because that light is in my eye. And if I turn it off, you can't see me. So don't tell me to turn it off and stay alive because you can't see me, okay? But I will be live playing again on Friday because you know damn well we're gonna have to play this again on stream. Like, I will be playing this on Friday, so don't even worry. Welcome back to Starzand Island. 10 years ago. 10 years gone. When will you drop by to see me? Anytime now. It's tempting me. I'm Delphine. Sure you haven't forgotten me. I'm now the fishing mentor on the island. If you want to become an angler, just come find me at Aqua Blue Outpost. Even if you don't, you're still welcome to come by just to say hi. I mean, I'm not opposed to going and saying hi to him. Then move the light. I knew you were gonna say that. Look. You can't see me. And I have headache. Like, leave me alone. I will be live for another, like, 40 minutes. You guys got me. Don't worry about it. Hold the bait near the open waters and then press left click to cast it. And new fish shadows will appear. I could see you. Yeah, but it's so dim. I have to make clips from stream. I can't make clips from stream when my face isn't even remotely visible. In Islandland PGO Bioresearch, you can check out the bait preferences of different fish species. I needed to eat this. Let's eat. Okay, earn some affection with a pet once. Stuff the clips. No, do you know what? The clips are doing me amazing. The clips are actually doing amazing. The one thing I will always tell people now is, like, clip your stream and post it. We want you to stay. Stuff the clips. We want you to stay. I mean, I appreciate it. I do. But yeah, I mean, a 4-hour stream. You guys got double of me today. You guys got double of me. Honestly, I would just be fed up with me by now. Wait, plantain? Plantain, how do we say it? I always say these words wrong. Earn some affection. I could feed one of them. Wait, I could feed one of them berries now, maybe. We're on quadruple of you. You get me on Friday. Self-care and book time. Oh, But the thing is, though, I'm just so tempted to now, like, play off stream, but in the dark. That's the problem, Mum. That's the... Where'd the dog go? The dog just disappeared. There was a dog. Where did the dog go? Okay, well, the dog doesn't like me. That's fabulous. Yeah, I'm like, do I read? Do I even have it in me to read? Do I just, like, watch people play? Play in the dark on stream? No. No. I used to, like... Honestly, the quality of my stream way back when used to be so bad. I cannot, for the life of me, like, do that now. Nah, read tomorrow instead. I read, like, every night. I read, like, every night. It doesn't matter when I read. Are you hungry? Oh, look at his little chunky face. Are you kidding me right now? I'm gonna feed him. Can I feed him berries? I can. What's he doing? What's he doing? You don't want to end up with a migraine, so I'll just be mum. No, you're right. I am gonna end at 8, okay? We're gonna go into someone else's stream. I'm gonna send you guys over to someone. Don't worry, I won't leave you with nothing. And I will see you guys on Friday, okay? If you want to see more of me, just look on social media. I'm everywhere. Trust me. I post every single day. You guys will never get to see the end of me. I also, like, if you can't see any of my VODs on Twitch, they're probably on my YouTube. Because Twitch doesn't want me to keep my VODs on here. So if you are looking for any of my VODs, they are over on my YouTube. Oh, we need to go to the garden. I just pressed X. I just pressed X to pull out the skateboard. Wait, but I wanted to go see the cute guy. I want to go see the angler. Then again, I don't know what he's doing to the pumpkins, but on social media is a toxic cesspool of garbage. It's also the only way to grow as a content creator, so I need social media. You've earned Aurelis recognition, a solid first step. I'll process your apprentice farmer. Oh my god, I can't speak. I'll process your apprentice farmer certification. Nice! I got another achievement. Alright, you're a certified apprentice farmer. The seed shop is now open for business. Feel free to browse and buy what you need. Crops are just for cooking. Flowers can become dye. I think it was Mama that was in chat and was asking about dyeing clothes. I don't know if you're still there, but if you can hear me, I think we can dye. I think we can dye clothes. Fibers can make cloth, and selling them is just a great way to earn coin. For better farming efficiency, try raising rabbits. They're great for weed control. Pastille at the ranch can help you with that. Cool. Oh, and one more thing, check the bulletin board at the community center now and then, and there are often requests posted there, and you can earn rewards from completing them. Before moving up to junior farmer, you'll need to complete a current level trial. Come talk to me when you're ready. Okay.
See you around.
I'm sorry. The voice actors are like... I'm gonna get bullied in a minute. You guys are gonna start bullying me, but... Okay, I want to go find the hot angler guy. Where is he? Where is he? Hello? Won't catch me dead on social media. I do distance myself from social media more now than I used to, but I originally was like trying to not go on it as much, but now that I'm like posting on there, I'm like obviously on it again. Oh, this is not where we want to go. But I still try not to use it too much. If I catch myself doom scrolling, I'm like, oh, like, get off your phone, do something else. Oh, we just did the same thing again. This is like Spyro all over again, guys. This is how I would play Spyro. I would just like jump around like an idiot. Us bully you, never we may not let you forget things, but never bully. I'm just saying. Oh, can I not get over that? Thank you. I'm just saying these voice actors are good. It is an anime-inspired game. I mean, come on. It makes sense. You know? Your girl can't help it. Like, we're gonna have a cutscene with him now. Are you ready? We're gonna go through this door and it's gonna be a cutscene. He's one with the nature. Oh, you guys can't see it, but there's a fish behind the camera. So cute. Oh, I thought he was gonna talk. He didn't talk. You're back. It's been 10 years. I thought you'd forgotten about this place. Thousand Island has changed a lot. Getting used to being back. So here to learn a thing about an angler. I'd like to be an angler apprentice. Fishing is basic skill as for an angler. Let's start there. Beginners just need to keep in mind 3 things. Spot the fish shadow, cast decisively, and control the strength. The closer your bobber lands to the fish shadow, the more likely you'll get the bite. When the fish bites, pay attention to the rod's vibration, be patient, and wait for the fish to get hooked. Got it? Sure! I totally understood that. Take this novice rod and give it a try. Okay, where am I doing that? Very empty down here. The E-ray. Were you saying something? No? Okay. Where's my rod? How do I open my inventory, like, straight up? Can I not do that? So we press left click, drag with the... Oh, we drag with scroll wheel? And then hold left click again. Okay, these are pretty useless. Oh wait, I can move these from my chest. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Where are we going? Down here? Nice. Oh wait, we need the bait. I forgot about the bait. I was like, what is this I have? Put it back. Okay. So, why? Oh, I don't need the bait right now. Okay. That wasn't bad. It lied to me though. It was not a fish. It was a chest. Hello? Like Paleo all over again. It's like Heartopia type fishing. It's actually kind of cool. It's not difficult. Thank God, because I hate fishing in some games. It's so difficult. I want to like it in most games, but they're just so annoying. I don't want to do a whole mini game just to fish. Let me do this. I can fish forever. Look at all these fish I'm catching. This is actually good. I actually like this. We need one more. So good. Lovely. Amazing. Thank you for putting such a great system into the game. And not making it complicated. Wait, why did you go all the way over there? Hey, come back. You asked me for free fish. This coconut is for you. Why did you give me a coconut? That lady gave me a tomato and now I'm getting a coconut. Have you got a slingshot? Not yet. Not yet. You've mastered the basics of fishing. I'll certify you as an apprentice. Thank you. I love the achievements. I love when I get an achievement. It makes me so happy. Certifications just the start. The real joy of fishing comes from practice. Also, fishing always doesn't mean waiting around. If you can't find a target or you want to attract a certain school, use bait. Different formulas match the... I clicked. Oh, no. One more thing, you don't need a mission as an excuse to find me. He just wants me to, like... He keeps saying, you know, you don't have to, like... You don't have to wait till later to come find me. You can just come find me now. You can come say hi. You don't need a quest. Just come say hi. Is he desperate? Too funny. I haven't yet either. Well, did you know this? Wait, these are the mushrooms from that picture. We need to go there then. We have to go there at some point. Might do. We can see if we can get this on Friday. Because I think this is a dungeon. Because there's like bosses and like campsites for like rejuvenation and stuff. But these are mushrooms, like big blue glowing mushrooms. I wonder how we get there though. There's got to be like someone that runs like a... I don't even know what it would be called, like a guild thing or something. That's going to be like teaching how to fight. That's going to be the person you get it from. Wait, we can do this. But this helps a lot. Like, I didn't even realize this was here. It's like tell you who they are. Like, you can go to them for certain stuff. It even tells you about the animals. Mentors! Okay, so you can click on this and see who it is that... This guy. This is the guy you have to go to get the slingshot, I'm assuming. Leader of the exploration club. The island's exploration mentor. He starts his mornings with outdoors. Tai Chi. Okay. And target practice. And then forages until noon. You know what? That sounds pretty good. Afternoons of a crafting, upkeep, and martial arts training, with more woodland activity in the evening. At night, he stargazes or trains. On rainy days, he works out, reads, and tends to equipment indoor. What is this? Is this Tinder? Is this Tinder? What is going on? They're like trying to convince me or something. Like, I know you can like have relationships in this game, but like, god damn. What does it say about him? His routine starts with solitary beach activities at dawn. As the beach fills, he heads back to work to observe the fish at the Aqua Blue Outpost. At night, he relaxes alone. I think this guy sounds more interesting now. What about the gardener guy? You can usually find him running experiments in the field each morning, then heading back to the shop in the afternoon to pore over his crop research. His only pastime is listening to classical music at home before bed. On rainy days, he spends a whole day inside the seed shop. I think this is... I know, I can't help myself. It's too funny. It's too funny that, like, you can't tell me that that doesn't almost sound like Tinder. It literally feels like I'm in an anime right now in the best way possible. Man, this is great. This is such a good game. We haven't even seen half of it yet, and I just like... Game of the year, actually. So far. Actually, game of the year. I'm impressed. We're gonna go to the... I think we're gonna go to the shop and see if she's there, because it's 11, and then I think we're gonna go to the community center. Just to see what it is, because... I have like 20 minutes until I'm thinking about ending. But I want to like make sure I do a couple of things. Where is the shop? Where are we? We're here. Clothing shop's there. So if I keep going, I'll find the clothing shop. I think if I like explore some stuff on off stream, I'm not gonna do any story stuff. I'm probably just gonna wander around. But like, I think when we come back on Friday, I'll have such a fresh mind that we'll actually do some proper stuff. I do want to try and get into like the dungeon area because that seems really cool. Like I can also mess around with like building and stuff too. Is she here? Damn it, she's not here. Like, how do I buy clothes then? Is she okay? Oh, she's there. Like, I'm so blind.
My pleasure.
They keep feeding me. I'm not hungry. I'm fine. Shop. Okay. What do we have? It's the same stuff. She lied. She was like, oh, we like go through things every so often. Like, no, you don't. It's day 3 and you still got the same stuff. Don't lie to me. Go. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. I like this top, but I just don't like the black undertop. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, why is it doing that? Oh, it's because I have something on. Okay. I mean, I want to buy new clothes, but we just don't have the money. I think we might have to leave that till Friday. Unless I make money off stream, but I don't really want to do that.
Take care.
Oh well, let's go and help the community instead. Forget about my... Oh, I can skateboard inside. Forget about my needs. Let's go and fulfill everyone else's. Don't run the kid over. Oh my god. Okay. What do we do? Here. Ding dong, welcome to the... Ding dong! Welcome to the Starzond Island Community Center Self-Service Terminal. Oh. I don't have DLC. I don't have DLC. Oh. Okay. Do I talk to you?
Hello there, kid.
Hi. So Laura's all grown up now. I remember when you were little and the dog Amber chased you. She tried to help and you both ended up running for it. Still makes me laugh. Aw.
Off you go.
Who do I talk to about the bulletin board? Is this the bulletin board? It's not letting me interact. Or do I talk to you?
Hi there.
I wonder if this game can be played on a Steam Deck. I don't know, you know. I'm not too sure. Oh, it can be? I did the demo on the Steam Deck and it was fine. Nice. I will say I did look during the last break to see what my PC was doing with the game, and it is not on the best settings it can be on for my PC. So I will probably go through that after stream or like tomorrow or something to make sure it's actually running a little bit less than it is because it's taking up a lot of my memory on what it's on. So I'll probably have a look at that. Mango Sago? Sago? I don't know how to say these words. I keep messing the words up. She doesn't have anything either. Didn't it say to come here to... I'm confused. I'll have to give it a go. Do you have a Steam Deck, Tony? How many, like, devices do you own for gaming? Here it is. I know you said you bought a new gaming laptop. Really curious. Islanders post daily requests on the bulletin board in front of the community center. Approach the bulletin board and press F to view and accept quests. You can accept a limited number of requests each day and complete them for rewards of a decent amount of coin. Okay, so you get coin, but you also get like the star currency and stuff too, as well as like friendship level. Accept your request can be viewed in the Journey app. Okay, so the Journey app is basically your quest app. Some requests have a time limit. If you run out of time, you will automatically fail. You can accept 1 to 3 star requests from the bulletin board. Higher stars mean greater challenge but better rewards. Each star level tracks completion separately, and milestones grant extra rewards. In the post request tab of the bulletin board, you can post requests for Islanders once their affection has reached a certain level. Wait, what? I can post requests from them? I don't know what that means. Okay, so he You'd want that for 200. That is not a lot of coin. Hello? It's not a lot of coin. Mushroom soup. It tells you how to make it, which I really do like, actually. It says, like, you need... How many? Wait, I haven't learned that yet. Xbox 360, PS... Wait. PS4? PS5, PlayStation, Switch, Steam Deck, Asus gaming laptop, and Alienware gaming laptop. Oh my god. You got, like, the whole lot. Like, the whole lot. Except for, like, more, like, updated Xbox. But personally, like, I'd rather a PlayStation these days. I like that, though. You've got, like, the whole setup. I did consider getting a Steam Deck, but I got a Switch instead years ago. And I regret it every day. I regret it every day because I don't like my Switch. I'm not a Switch person. I was a Nintendo DS, a Game Boy player, and I love them. The Switch is just not it. It's just not. Now that I know what's out there in PC gaming, I don't like the Switch. Thinking of just giving the Asus laptop away. Is that the older one that you said? That's not the newer one, right? These reset at 6 AM. Should we maybe do these? Would you like to accept? Yes. I'm just gonna see if I can do them, and if I fail them, oh well. Oh, I left his. Oh, it was 2 years old? So, would that still, like, run decent then? Like, do you think you could, like, sell it for a good amount? Like, would it be worth it? Because if you've already got one, I don't know, like, yeah, I would just do it. I would just do it and put your money into something else. If it was me and I had 2 gaming laptops, I would have sold one by now and spent it on Heartopia instead. It's a problem. Soon to give it to a friend before selling it. Really? Fair enough. Fair enough. We can't actually craft the thing I just accepted. How do I... Are we seeing this? I just accepted something I don't think I can do. Oh, the general store. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Where's the general? Oh, there's something there. It's fine. What is that sound whenever I pass it? Is it like when you enter a new town? This is not the general store. I'm pretty sure this is the general... No, it isn't. Where's the store? Oh, it's there. I was about to say that did not look like the store at all. Okay, so we want... We want, like... This. This. And then I want mushrooms. Can I buy mushrooms? I don't need to buy them. I'll go find them. It'll be fine. I know where they are. It works. They're all over. I don't need to buy mushrooms. I'm not turning into, like, the Palia player I am. I don't know if I do that on Palia. Never mind on Starzan. Can you imagine? I love that there's no, like, interact animation. You can just pick things up as you walk past. That's, like, my favorite thing. I love that. I hate when there's, like, an animation that slows you down. Whenever I'm playing Heartopia, I'm like, I just want to pick up the one blueberry. I don't want the sticks. Thank you very much. The game's just like, no. We want you to pick up everything. If you try and walk away, we will make sure you don't pick up the blueberries. I think this game's done so many things so well that it's gonna be a definite favorite. And I'm not even lying. Like, truly, that is how I feel. I feel like this game is just gonna completely take off. I think this is one of those games where, like, the player count just stays high for quite a while. I hope so too. If this game got updates, oh my. You would just never hear from me again. You would never hear from me again, or you would only ever see me stream it. Either way. Okay, we're gonna make these. Let's hope I did the right colors. That would be tragic. Where's the other one? Oh, I need hardwood. How do I get hardwood? I can't get it from cutting normal trees, right? I might have to buy it. Okay, let's go see if I can buy it, because I don't think I'm actually able to collect that yet. I don't mind if we can buy things like that. That's really rare. I don't think we can. Oh, how did I find it before then? Journey, social, Islandpedia, coverables, large trees. Like, can I not buy it from anywhere then? Can I not buy it? Or can I upgrade? Do I have that yet? I think I can... I'm gonna buy it. I'm also gonna just buy that one. Don't ask me if I can use them. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Wait, why can't I hear the skateboard? That was weird. Gonna see if we can make them. I don't know how I actually find the materials for it. Fluorite and quartz. How do I find this? Moonlit Forest. Where are we right now? Moonlit Forest. Okay, cool. So I should be able to find it. Do I find it by just farming this? Maybe? Possibly. Let's see. What did I get? Oak chunk. Okay, so there is a chance to probably find it from farming this. We're getting, like, stuff that isn't just copper. Twilight succulent. Okay, so we do find loads of stuff from just mining. It's kind of cool. I like that. Maybe there is, like, another material we can mine, though. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. There's also a chance that... Oh, I guess I'm out of this, actually. Oh, something tells me that this is going to be... Slingshot. Yeah, I did think. When I saw it, I was like, that's going to be where we go for the mine of some kind. And I need to know how to get in there. So I think on Friday, we'll go to the guy that gives you the slingshot. And we'll start working on, like, the exploration thing. And we'll see what we can get and how far we can get. Stuff you can mine on the other side. Is that not where we go to like, go to this place? Have you figured this out yet? Because this looks like it would be where the blue stuff is. I'm going to assume we might have to do that before we can upgrade. So I'm probably just going to have to fail this request thing. Jump. I'm going to assume. Well, we can cook the mushrooms. I think you can only access it during a certain time. Oh. So I really wanted to go see the big mushroom. I really wanted to go see the big mushrooms. That's, like, the one thing that I'm, like, excited about. It sounds ridiculous, but, you know. I'm just gonna pop these in here. And then pop these. I'm gonna see where the Or is it in this place? Pop it here. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, we can do 2 of the requests. I think. No, I cannot. Oh, well, we're gonna fail them, but it's fine. We're gonna make some food, though. For tomorrow, because we might as well. It takes 8 seconds for each one. I think flashbacks to the beginning of Paleo. Feels really funny, actually. Like back when you had to make grilled mushrooms because you had no other food, and you would spend like an hour trying to collect mushrooms just to make some really, really bad energy food. See someone that said you can get from Half Moon Bay at a certain time, but I could be wrong. Half Moon Bay. Here? Okay, I think that's what I want to do on Friday. I don't want to do it tomorrow because I want to do it with you guys. So we'll try and do it on Friday. Also, a question while you're still here. When you said I was freezing earlier, is it my camera or is it the whole stream? Is it like when I move, like sometimes it freezes? Because I think it's because I changed like the FPS or something on my camera and I'm thinking of going back. If it is that, then I will probably just have to change it back. First time we've cooked. Nice. We're level 8. Oh, they're gonna take 30 seconds. Can I do these yet? Oh, I can. Hi. Oh, I have to get rid of the weird. The whole stream was freezing and it's been fine for a while. Okay. But the camera isn't doing like a weird freezing thing, right? Where it looks like the frames are dropping on the camera alone. Because if so, I need to fix that. I changed it from... I had the camera set to highest FPS possible. I changed it to 60 because it's all that it can actually produce. But now I think it might be lagging a little bit. Not the stream, but just the camera. I don't know. I mess around with things on stream all the time and it's so silly. Is everything that froze? Okay, so you haven't really noticed the camera doing anything. That's good. I do not mind. As long as the camera's good, I am fine. Okay, let me get rid of all these notifications because they drive me insane. Islandpedia. I love that there's a little Wikipedia thing in game. Honestly, I think what might have happened with the stream was probably like on Twitch's end then. I don't think it was you or me. I think it was Twitch. I've seen a lot of people say that like YouTube has been like really laggy or that Twitch has been really laggy. There's been a problem on Twitch for a while where you can't watch a stream because it like buffers for like 5 minutes every so often. It happened to me with only certain streamers for like 2 weeks straight last month. It was very annoying. It was more to do with Twitch, but you never know with Twitch. I think I have to collect the mushrooms. Hang on. He's probably going to be in bed now. So it's probably not even going to matter. That is so irritating. It's okay. We'll get around to it. We'll learn what we're doing. We'll learn eventually. It's fine. I'm going to put like all of these... What's this? A cage chest. Hang on. Can I open that? Oh, I can't put any more in. I can't put any more in. Can I craft another one, please? I have just... Okay. I just want to get rid of everything. Because we go adventuring tomorrow and I have a full bag. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be very upset. Okay, bliss. Okay. I'm just putting them in random stuff at this point. I don't even know how to do that. No, it's like you have like a big bag, but it's only showing you so many things. It's weird. Can I like open this? No? Can I do anything with it? Use. Oh, I can. Got a new buff. Okay. Oh, I don't have a buff, but it said I got a buff, but I didn't. So that's a little bit weird. We're gonna go to sleep though. So we can save the game. Please go to the app to pay for the rental. Wait, I have to pay to live? They're making me pay rent? Are you kidding? Wild. That's wild. What do you mean? That's crazy. Okay. Mute that. You go in here. My PC is gonna be so quiet now. Oh, I see people streaming. It's so weird, actually, when you play a new game, there's just so many new people. Like, I don't think anyone I'm following is playing Stars and Island right now, which is kind of crazy. I don't think there are. Sure more. None of them are playing Stars and Island. That's crazy. In fact, I think I followed, like, someone during the break that was playing, and she's not even playing anymore. No. Well, let's have a little look and see who this is. Why won't it turn the volume up? Why can't I turn the volume up? Twitch is not letting me turn the volume up on anyone's stream. There we go. We don't have follower only chat on. Okay, I think I'm gonna send you guys over here. I will kind of like be raiding and running because I think I need to go and like need to get away from Twitch this current month. But thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. We are just about to end stream and raid into someone. But thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, I might have to raid and run. But I'm gonna send you over to someone that looks like a great person to go watch. She's also playing Stars and Island. So but I will be live on Friday, 4 p.m. GMT as usual. Playing Stars and Island again because I'm obsessed, okay? I am completely, utterly obsessed with this game. It is beautiful. If I could keep playing, I would. But I do need to debrief from Twitch a little bit and go take care of myself. So you guys go do the same, and I'll see you on Friday at 4 p.m. GMT, and have a good time playing the game and a good rest of your day.